Good morning. I'm Janine Topalian, and I'm a commissioner for the Advisory Commission for Special Education, and I believe I have a couple of my other commission members. If you'd like to introduce yourself as well.
Good morning. I'm Dawn Hamilton, and I'm a commissioner. I live in LA, and I am a parent.
Okay. So what we do, so this is a recently new committee. Again, we're just restarting it for the Advisory Commission, and my co-chair will be on soon. And one of the things that we've been discussing, and we have about 30 minutes today, is just to talk about, what are some of our goals, and what does this Mental Health Commission want to achieve in 2021, 2022? As we're advisory, we want to go ahead and set up our goals and work towards them and help support and foster those to help our school districts, to help our parents, to help our students, of course, and our educators to be able to provide quality and equitable services for everyone. So bringing back to that question, some of the goals that I thought about would be to foster support and strengthen school district resources to build more comprehensive evidence-based mental health support systems by enhancing training, assessment, and equitable mental health services for all pre-K to 12 students within the multi-tiered system of supports. As again, this is it's just an advisory, mental health committee. We just want to go ahead and support the school districts to be able to provide those services and partner with our community agencies as well as our school-based mental health providers to be able to provide those supports for everyone, including our special ed students. Any thoughts? Where we would go with this? Hi, Elizabeth. We can't hear you. I think you're off.
Hi, made it. Some technical difficulties, but.
No, I hear you. So we're just talking about some of the mental health goals, like what we would establish, as we were saying, for the 21-22 school year, and how the mental health committee could support the school districts, the students, the parents of fostering some of those, the mental health services or whatever we could possibly do so students have equitable access for mental health services across the MTSS framework, working with our community partners, working with our school-based mental health providers to be able to, again, we talk about pre-K because that is where it is very important to start young as well, where the need may be, but also just helping with the schools with the educators starting from, all levels within the district as well. So any thoughts to that?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much conversation right now about social emotional behavioral health services, as you know, and I feel like particularly for students with special needs and IEPs, there's a whole continuum of services that they're entitled to. And so I feel like now is the time for us, at least as a commission, to capture those services and supports that they need and become advocates for their receipt of that entire continuum. And I would really like to see us incorporate youth voice and input into building not only awareness regarding those entitlements and that continuum of services and receipt of those services, but also into how to make the system more accessible for them, and how to improve the system and our service to them. I think their input is critical to our action. So I would like to see us coordinating with the youth members of both the commission and others on this. So
I agree. I mean, I think, like you said, there's a lot out there right now, and the focus is on mental health, and there's a lot of bills and legislature out there of information for like behavioral management and care and what we can possibly do. in my opinion, right now is the time, but we do have trained professionals that are in our schools and are also just in the overall community partners that we could utilize, because we cannot wait. This is something that is so important, and that if we wait, it's going to take longer, and it's going to take us back instead of moving us forward in where we are right now. So I think that's very important to remember, and how we help those school districts be able to work with everybody together within the community to support and the whole child in itself. As you say, not to work in silos, right? To work together. So I think if we could just come up with, I guess, what would our goal be for the 21-22 school year, and then we could just move forward from there.
Yeah, I'd like us to see us really capture the continuum of supports at the different levels of intervention for youth in the social emotional behavioral health arena, and sort of elevate that for the field. There's a lot right now being pushed out for sure through multiple bills and multiple efforts to build more robust services for children and families. And I think connecting that work in one continuum that we understand, not just the people that are providing the services, but also those that are to be receiving the services, I think could just be incredibly helpful to everyone. So yeah, I mean, I would love to see us, and that does relate to like some sort of Bill of Rights, or capturing, those services and supports that we think, are really necessary.
So how do we go about doing that? That we think, I mean, we're saying we think they need, but, coming back to the whole, student voice, do we solicit that information to be able to provide that? And how do we go about getting that data in itself so we could make this more effective in so many ways, right? So I think that's the data drives whatever we would do for the students who need the services. And I think that's a key factor in developing some of these goals, and also the Bill of Rights, right, for the children, as we spoke about before. And then I also was going to say something else, but I can't remember that part. Okay. So,
yeah, I would love to hear from other commission members on that, and also, yes, on people who've joined this subcommittee. And I'd like to see us make an effort to do some gathering of that, including, like I said, from some of the youth that both are involved with this commission, but maybe also looking at the mental health commission, the MHSOAC has a youth advisory committee. And so I think it would be great to coordinate with them as well between this meeting and the next meeting.
Perhaps we could invite them to the next meeting for some of these different, leads, and have a discussion of how we could coordinate those service, what we can do to support them and how they could support us. And at least the message is very fluid. And I think that's what I was going to say, is that I think there's so many things out there that parents are so confused. And so they end up not accessing anything instead of even accessing one. So I think just coordination of all of it together in one place would make a big difference of just having that conversation, like a roundtable of what could we bring to the table and how we support each other would be impactful. And hopefully that would be something that we could also discuss about how to collect that data and also drive like what we would do in that sense.
And we could have the youth advisory from the Mental Health Commission come and present to us on, the work that they're doing. They've been doing this for a while now, a couple of years. So they also have recommendations. And then the other subcommittee that exists that I'm aware of is in the Child Welfare Council, there's a behavioral health subcommittee, and they've actually come out with some recent recommendations as well. So I think gathering that and sort of aligning that with us and our recommendations, I think could be really powerful.
Yeah, no, I agree. So I think that would be it. I think that would be great. And if there's anybody else that'd like to contribute, please speak.
And there are so many initiatives out, but they're not connected to one another. So as we do this work, if we can build transparency on how that is connected in one continuum of services, Like you said, I think it's very confusing right now, even for those that are implementing. So I think it would be worthwhile to capture those bodies of work and connect them together in a continuum that captures like all of the services that, and supports both that are important and that, we believe people should have, children and families should have access to.
And this seems like something that we need to really do before we go back to school in the fall. Mm-hmm. And because that's something to consider, because we want to be prepared instead of just, looking for all this when we actually should be planning for it now. And I guess we'll talk to Aaron and Michelle and to figure out how we could go about if there is something that we could possibly do. Just to moving forward before we come back in the fall school opening. So maybe that could be something, because I know different school opens different times, but we'll figure that out. And I think that would be the key.
Well, we're going to have a presentation today, I think, from some of the LEAs regarding reopening. So I think LEA input is also important. The LEAs that are really concentrating on building out this continuum of services from tier 1 to tier 3. So that's work that we could be doing also.
Oh, great. And then we begin to work with our second item, which was the mental wellness Bill of Rights for all children. And that comes from when, we meet with them and then we get the data and we could figure out what to do or how to go about doing that part.
I find across the agencies that are serving children and families, there isn't a understanding of the sort of multiple services that are being offered and that they're entitled to. And so capturing that in one place, I think would be really helpful. And I know there has been some work to do that already. So we can draw some of that down between now and our next meeting. And yes, I think it's before school starts.
And it has to be, of course, in different languages as well for parents to be able to understand the different, services or supports that are out there, because a community partner agency or a school mental health provider cannot do it by themselves. It takes, like we say, it's wrapping the whole child with the different services and supports by helping each other as working as multidisciplinary teams and being able to service the child and the family. And making sure that the student attends school, ends up, coming every day and providing those supports as long as we possibly can. I don't know if there's anybody that'd like to say anything.
Yeah, if anyone has any additional thoughts, but I think we can certainly take the work from there. A lot has happened between our last meeting and this meeting. So, yes. There's a lot of different pieces of initiatives that are coming out. And so I think our work now is to take all of that and capture it and organize it, make some sense of it for, families and children and field and get feedback on it, because a lot of it is new.
And this is all new to us too. So we're just trying to navigate it ourselves. So we're just, there is a lot out there, and it's very, and maybe just, discussing some of that stuff too next, if we do have time to have that, of just the key points for a couple of those bills, perhaps, of just so they could be, so parents know their rights and schools know their rights and students know their rights of what they have. And I know we have a lot of student listeners as well. So hopefully they will be able to, understand that as well, and then be able to advocate for themselves. Again, that's the whole goal, having them advocate for themselves in the schools and the communities, and being able to get the services that they need.
Yeah, I'd like to have I'd love to have the youth advisory from the Mental Health Commission come and speak about their work, and also review the behavioral health subcommittee for the Child Welfare Council before our next meeting, and sort of have a maybe concrete handout of what we've gathered, but then get people's feedback and input on that.
That sounds great. And I just want to share that I know the anticipation of opening schools where we would have, we did. I mean, relative to where it was, we did have a lot of students with mental health needs, our special needs students, as well as our general ed students, presented with many emotional needs. However, I would say that the schools appear to be, the teachers, the educators, the staff, including the parents, I think did a wonderful job with the school reopenings. I know, at least in my area, where most of the students felt like they were safe and they were able to, return back to campus. And some of those behaviors and the emotional needs were alleviated because we were able to do some of that work before, where we worked with the schools, where we were able to provide them the social emotional learning, which was very important, which they were doing before in the remote learning. And while they transitioned, that was there as well as support. So I compliment all the educators out there for those smooth openings relative to what their area is.
For sure. It's been a really challenging year. And I think we're all just trying to get ready for summer and fall and processing it all. And I think there's been some incredible work in the field to do that in community and wrap ourselves around each other in support, which is really what we need right now, all of us. So, I agree with you. And like I said, would love to gather some of the, information from the LEAs that are really doing that work intensively now, because I think it's important for the field. And I also think it helps us in developing an understanding of that continuum that is going to be really helpful and critical as we move through the coming year. Everyone has had experiences that are challenging this past year, and everyone needs support. And so there's all of these initiatives to provide that, which is fantastic. And I think our work is to capture that and say, okay, what does that actually look like? And there's not one answer either. There's going to be multiple answers to that question for different communities. But I think just an understanding of, what is happening out in the field and what people are building that is effective and what youth and families believe, they need right now is really, really critical.
I agree. And you touched upon the whole, whole child and family engagement and community schools of how do we do that, right? That's very important as we move towards, again, we're going into summer and parents may not have access to some of those services or it might just be more difficult, again, to get some of the services that they need. Again, the recommendation is to there's different portals that parents can go to. And I think having just a quick resources of where parents can go and who are those parent empowerment groups, right? There's a lot of those centers which will help them with a lot of the needs and connect them with different resources. So I think we encourage parents to use the parent empowerment groups to be able to get some of those services as we go into, summer break, and some of our school districts have already closed. So that would be important as well. But I think the key is how do we get everybody on the same page as we were talking about, and how do we move forward so everybody is able to speak the same language, so there's no confusion in that sense.
Well, and I think for purposes of our work, oftentimes when we see these efforts coming out into the field, whether it's mental health in schools or community schools, there are multiple parts of the mental health in schools work that are going on in California right now. I don't necessarily see a concentrated conversation about children with IEPs. And however, we are embracing that all children are our children, including children with IEPs. And often if we provided more intensive services earlier to support them, it would really impact long-term outcomes and trajectories. So I think having that holistic conversation is critical and happening and amazing, and I'm super excited about it. And we also have to recognize that there are students with IEPs with very intensive needs and entitlements under the laws that support them. And those also need to be incorporated and framed out. So we don't want to lose sight of any part of the population of children that we're serving in doing this work. And so I think connecting the bodies of work and sort of trying to build an understanding of what that continuum looks like right now is just really important.
And something that you just, again, touched upon is that, the services for our students with special needs. And I think that's something that we can also do. Perhaps, meeting with the different bodies of mental health, school-based mental health providers, of how those services work. Because I know in my school district, we provided services remotely. And for some students, it worked wonderfully. They were able to access the telehealth, quote unquote, and be able to some of the barriers that they were experiencing and in person that they did not experience, they thrived with telehealth, quote unquote. However, some students did not. So I think having that, considering all those options and maybe looking at a model and suggesting of what it could look like for some students eventually would be important, because if that is the goal and making them, feel safe, especially during the sessions, I think we need to consider that as a team and just figure out where we could go with those. And sometimes, losing instruction is a big key. So maybe sometimes after hours may have to be something to be considered, or whenever it's effective. And also looking at just the parents being engaged in the IEP process when it came in. I think the virtual seemed to be effective for many because they did not have to travel. They did not have to they didn't have to travel anywhere. They could just do it remotely, and the participation rate seemed like they improved. And they engaged in those interviews with the social emotional when it came down to conducting assessments or understanding about their child's progress or just providing some input. So I think those are things that we could also just just list and make suggestions for the future in the sense for the commission.
Yeah, the aftercare network is doing a lot of work too to build supports, and I think that's another organization that we could connect with in building out like the continuum, some resource that discusses that.
Perfect. I think that would be great if we could do those kind of things. I don't know if anybody has questions or comments.
What I would like to see is us not build in silos. So capture, all of it together. We do have to support all of the different populations of students and children, but I think we want to be able to take a holistic approach to what does that look like.
Sure.
Hi, David.
I know. Hi, David.
Good morning, all.
Good morning. So I think for our next meeting, what we have is we will go ahead and invite the youth groups and work on collecting data and being able to, look at some of those bills and how we could get the Bill of Rights for students on, so they could advocate for themselves for all students, including gen ed and special needs students, and then just be able to move from there and then work with the different, groups of how we could just be able to coordinate or integrate services within the multi-tier system of supports from tier 1 to tier 3, and working with the community-based agencies and school mental health providers of just providing those supports and just making it easy for parents to be able to understand and also making it equitable for all students to be able to access. We have a lot of students who have been homeless during this time as well, and I think that's something to consider. And bringing in that key component too of how we could, help students and parents by wrapping them again around. And what is the system in place that the services don't stop when they move from one place to another? And I think the IEP work group is also working on those things, so services do not stop. So those are a couple of things, unless somebody has something to add.
No, and I would just say that helps with the IEP work group and an understanding of what are those other pieces of services that children and families could be linking to and are entitled to, and how are we having that conversation within the school setting.
Okay. Anything else? Okay.
I think I think just the one thing that I think that we should also gather the different pieces of work that are touching social emotional behavioral health services that are coming out of the budget and the legislature right now, and connecting those so that everyone understands what those are. There are some really powerful initiatives happening right now in California, but yet they're not all interconnected at this point. So I think part of the work that we could be doing in identifying the services and supports and continuum is to connect those bodies of work so people can understand what they are and what they're targeted to develop.
I agree. So we got our work cut out for ourselves. So until next time, I hope you guys all have a great summer break. And did you have a question, David?
Not a question, but just a comment. We'll be writing our annual report for August, and I had an opportunity to just touch base with Elizabeth briefly. And one of the areas we wanted to make sure to include in the annual report was our advice and any recommendations around mental health services and some of the goals that you guys have touched on today in terms of the Bill of Rights and coordinating services. So I'll follow up with Janine, you and Elizabeth offline or after the meeting without violating Bagley-Keene to talk about how we want to structure that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much. Till next time.
Don't see her yet, Chair Toston.
Okay. Well, assuming that she's coming in the next few moments, I'll go ahead and get us started in our agenda. We had two agendized items, the ACSE annual report and an update on our progress towards in-person meetings. So starting with the annual report, and I want to thank and acknowledge Mary Grady for being with us this morning. Mary has been one of the leaders and in terms of developing our annual report in the past. And so we're very happy to have Mary continue on in that capacity as we are shaping our annual report after a very unique year. And so for context, good morning to those of you who are joining the ONP meeting. For a little context around our annual report, the annual report is one of our statutorily mandated responsibilities to inform the 5 appointing bodies in a number of areas. And going through the list of areas, there were 3 that I pulled out this year that seemed to fit given the pandemic as points of emphasis. Our advice on unmet needs, proposed rules and regulations, and policies regarding the coordination of services. The other areas that we can weigh in on, and I'm sorry I don't have those in my notes, are testing and assessment. And there was another area that I thought was impacted by the pandemic, so we wouldn't have necessarily a lot of meat to necessarily report or advise on. And so pulling out those areas and focusing our conversations on recommendations related to the unmet needs, the proposed regulations and policies regarding the coordination of services, I believe, is a good foundation for us, given the presentations that we've heard this year that have been areas of focus. For example, we're hearing again from the WestEd team that has been facilitating the Special Education Governance and Accountability Work Group, as well as their work looking at special education funding and finance, with the understanding that recommendations from those two work groups will be released in July. While we're receiving an update today, it seems like our advice around, or our advisement in those areas would be critically important, knowing that the recommendations from those reports will be a topic of conversation going into the next school year, because there's not enough time to adopt the recommendations that haven't been published yet in the current school year. The other area that falls under an important topic to discuss as it relates to policies and unmet needs would be mental health services and supports and the coordination of those resources. Listening into briefly to the Mental Health Committee, they've begun developing their work plan and identifying the need to align all of the resources that are being devoted to providing mental health support, as well as ensuring that our campuses are focused in on social emotional learning for students as well, and creating kind of that full continuum of supports that begin with the universal culture and climate of a campus, as well as the targeted and intensive mental health supports that our students require. The last topic that I would recommend for the annual report is our conversations around disproportionality. We had a presentation early in the year from a superintendent who highlighted the work, I believe it was Vallejo Unified had done, to highlight, not highlight, but to focus in on disproportionate outcomes for marginalized student groups, as well as a number of other conversations that we've heard this year regarding the needs for those students that we've seen, even more so as a result of the pandemic, when we think about issues of access and community support, and the need to really focus in on their unique needs and challenges as we reimagine and restart our schools in the fall. And so my suggestion and recommendation for us to approach the development of the annual report is that we would identify commissioners who would be willing to contribute thoughts on a particular subject. For example, the mental health conversation, we'll be asking, obviously, Janine and Elizabeth to take lead on developing the message or the advice around mental health supports, given their work in the Mental Health Committee. And we'll be working with Mary and her team and a team who will help us flesh out our thoughts to form a singular voice through the writing with a point of focus. And so our timeline for the development of the annual report is mid-August. And so we will have some summer activities that we'll be working on outside of the meeting and coordinating. And so I'll pause there for any questions or
I'm just going to, sorry, David, it's Janine. I could contribute to the assessment, as well as include some of with Elizabeth, again, for the IEP work group as well, because we've been participating in that.
Yes, and thank you for bringing up assessment, Janine. Thoughts or opinions or questions from other commissioners? The other topic that I wanted to highlight in terms of our annual report, we in the past have relied primarily on Mary and her team to shape the annual report, with commissioners providing kind of an edit after it had been, or edits and comments after the majority of the work had been developed by Mary and her team. And at the beginning of this year, we talked about flipping that model so that we as commissioners are taking lead on identifying content and developing it, and relying on the communications team and Mary for support and guidance based on the topics that we've identified. And at the last meeting, I highlighted, without Dawn's permission or knowledge, that Dawn had some background in communications and writing, and had solicited her support. And so this year, just given the pandemic and time and space and other commitments, I'm asking Dawn to participate as much as she's available to in this short time period. So that we do expand our capacity of commissioners who understand the process of writing the annual report, and so that we develop kind of our internal capacity and leadership of this project going forward. So I wanted to thank Dawn for her willingness to, I'll call it intern this year, and provide some support. And we look forward to learning together, and ideally in future years, forming our approach to the annual report probably around January as opposed to the June meeting, so that we have lots more lead time to land this project. So with that, I'll pause. Any questions, needs for clarification, or additional suggestions?
Will we be brainstorming ideas for the annual report in today's meeting, or when will we kind of, okay.
Yeah, when we touch on, and I'm looking at my agenda now, commissioner updates is typically where we touch on the committee, reporting out from committees, as well as general commissioner updates in business, as well as the item 10, we may have some time to touch on in our future agenda planning.
Thank you.
David, would you like me to jump in with some thoughts about the timeline?
Yes, please, Mary.
Okay. First, I reviewed all of the agendas for the past meeting year, and it's clear that you have that cohesive through line. So I think you'll be pleased with the report that you end up with, because there has been a consistent effort to explore what equity and access looks like, during COVID, and what are the lessons going beyond, and advising in that direction. So I saw a real coherence in your efforts. So Dawn, I don't think that it's going to be a problem. Either you're summing those high points that David outlined, or us creating a narrative. Well, a couple of the features that have been consistent for the last 20 years in the report, two. One is sort of an opening from the chair. And as an unusual year, you are somewhat recreating the last 10 years of the report by taking it over, which I am completely in support of, and I think having your voice come through this and be the lead in the report is invaluable. And so you can change other things as well. But it is nice to have not just a perfunctory summary, but a kind of introductory statement from the person whose vision has guided the selection of the presentations. And then at the end, there also has been a kind of a look forward, a hope for the future, or a kind of a commitment to how the commission wants to proceed. So I just wanted to plant the seeds for those two kind of bookends to the report that have been pretty consistent in past issues. Getting back to the timeline.
Actually, Mary, quick question. So sure. the looking forward component, who is typically whose voice does that typically come from? Is that the chair as well?
That's
or
the
other
chair as well, okay. Yeah. And the chair working with the vice chair. And it doesn't mean that's written in stone. It can be any one of the committed commissioners who can speak with a voice of the commission proper. So the timeline is a little bit crunched. I'm hoping to hear from CDE about their printing sort of frame, and I haven't heard yet. But I did I did go back to last year's notes, and it took them about 3 weeks from delivery of the designed and approved PDF to actual hard copy. So that means that we, on my end, the SIP project, I work under the Supporting Inclusive Practices project, that they need to deliver to CDE the final approved PDF on July 28th. And so the backwards mapping from that, I mean, I don't know if it makes any sense to itemize these series of dates going back and forth. And maybe I should just email it to you, Dawn, and to you, David, and we can talk about what's realistic. I'm trying not to crunch anyone too much. I think the first probably important date is that Dawn, you and your staff or crew or your other commissioners would want to deliver me your first draft of content on July 6th. And you tell me if that feels completely impossible. I know right after the 4th, it's like, with that 3 weeks that, are at the very end, we're sort of crunched on this end. And without more specific information, I hesitate predicting anything for that actual hard copy printing process. I mean, the other thing you could look at, I suppose, that would relieve us of that 3 week burden at the other end is have the report delivered to you in PDF form at that August meeting, and then worry about the hard copy printing later.
That would be my recommendation.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Don.
Perfect. So I will send you a much more leisurely timeline, and we'll work accordingly.
Okay.
And I'll probably, and Dawn, we can go back and forth on this, but I'll put, what's an ideal delivery date for you? Let's work with that.
I think ideally we would be targeting the August meeting or our next meeting.
Oh, forgive me. I was not clear, David. A delivery date for the first draft of content from ACSE to the SIP project. And then we flesh out and, do whatever line editing we think needs to be done before we start the back and forth. So
I suggest the week after the 6th.
The week after the 6th. Okay. Well, that would be great. So I will readjust my timeline, send it to all of the commissioners today, or maybe first thing tomorrow. And we can have conversation from then. How does that sound?
That works.
Okay. Anything else you need from me?
I'm sure we will at some point, but not at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
I'm in the same place. Any other comments or questions from other commissioners? All right. Moving to the next agenda item for operations and planning, in-person meetings. And so obviously I hope everyone is aware that the mandate expired or is no longer in place as of yesterday. And so I can tell you, looking at the streets of Sacramento, folks are starting to come out, and parking is harder to navigate as it has been in the past. And so I anticipate that we will be resuming in-person meetings at some point next year, but I would defer to the CDE team in terms of any information from the department around when we might have access to the building for in-person meetings.
Chair Tostin, this is Aaron. We do not yet have confirmation on when we will be opening up for commission-type meetings. We will certainly ask and let you know as soon as we have additional information so that you can plan accordingly.
So I would make the recommendation, knowing that our meeting is in August, that I would recommend that we plan for a virtual meeting in August to avoid the uncertainty of where we will be, so that folks can plan accordingly. But that's a recommendation. Given the information we have now, I'd open it up to other commissioners regarding your perspectives on that.
I'll speak to that. Just because August is such a difficult start of the school year, I recommend that David's suggestion go forward because I think it's just going to be beneficial for everybody's planning on multiple levels.
I see heads nodding in support. So let's plan for our next meeting to be virtual as well. We will need to make some decisions around the length of the meeting because we this year went down from 2 days to 1 day, and already seeing that our first agenda or our next agenda is going to be pretty packed with some of the conversations we've been following all year, specifically the special ed governance and accountability conversation. Those recommendations will be coming out in July, as well as the finance study recommendations, and I believe the IEP work group, alternative pathways group, will also be publishing recommendations this summer. And so August, or our next meeting, would be our first opportunity to, as a commission, respond to those recommendations and discuss them. My sense is that those topics will have a high level of interest from community members and educators as well. And so we would want to make, or at least allocate enough time for those conversations, given the importance that they have shaping up the legislative and governor's agenda going into the next year. Stacy, I see your hand.
Yeah, thanks, David. Do you have the date for that August meeting?
Give me 1 second.
It's the 18th and 19th.
Thank you, Venetia.
Thank you.
So, and I haven't had an opportunity, and actually there's a high likelihood that someone else will be planning or implementing the agenda for the August 18th and 19th meeting. And so I want to also respect the space of the incoming officers to inform and shape that agenda based on the input we received today as well, because some of those decisions will be kind of inform how the rest of the year for the commission plays out. Any other thoughts, questions regarding the in-person meeting or our plans for that? Seeing none, and looking at the agenda items, I'll pause. And are there any report outs from the Mental Health Committee for the good of operations and planning?
I mean, it's just a matter of we were talking about just bringing the different work groups. So we would just go ahead and get the youth group to come in to give us some information while we help with so they could help with the Bill of Rights for all students, getting some of that data going, and then just inviting the different mental health committees out there so we could have a uniform voice of just having it be very parent friendly so they know where to access all the services in that sense. And did I forget anything else, Elizabeth? And just having a lot of bills out there, I think just trying to get parents to understand in a very, just for the students as well to understand the bills, because there's so many mental health bills out there. Elizabeth, you wanted to say? No.
Nothing else, but I think some of the work that we're going to do between this meeting and the report will help inform the report.
And so I want to thank the Mental Health Committee for taking on the task of trying to asset map all of the resources and align them so that we can get the complete picture of how we're currently operating and identify areas for alignment so that there's fewer barriers to accessing these resources and greater coordination and integration from all the various providers and entities that participate in providing mental health services. So with that, having no other items agendized for operation and planning, CDE, I want to pause and ask any announcements or information that the department needs to share with the group.
Chair Tostin, I don't think we have any updates as far as O&P. Certainly, the director will share CDE updates during the meeting today.
So with that, I will adjourn the operations and planning meeting and ask everyone to please be back online at around 9:56, or commissioners to please be back and prepared to start the meeting at around 9:56 so we can move right into our meeting and get going for today. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good morning, Californians. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning to members of the public. We want to welcome you to the June 16th Advisory Council on Special Education. And as I'm sure everyone is aware, yesterday a number of the mandates related to the COVID pandemic were lifted. And so I want to thank all of you for choosing to spend the second day of more freedom on a 6-hour Zoom. Your commitment is recognized and definitely appreciated. Additionally, as we begin this meeting, I wanted to recognize that it's June, and so it's also Pride Month, and I wanted to take a moment and acknowledge the students, educators, parents, and community members who are also members of the LGBTQ plus community, and make sure that you are aware that we as a commission acknowledge you and see you and appreciate all the contributions that you make to special education, as well as understanding the unique difficulties that our students who identify as part of this community may face going through public education and special education. So I wanted to start the meeting acknowledging that group of supporters of the commission and members of our public education. With that, I will call our meeting to order and acknowledge that because of the pandemic, we are facing unprecedented times. This meeting will continue to follow the logistics of Executive Order N-29-20, which allows public entities and bodies to hold public meetings electronically. In compliance with this order and for the safety of commissioners and the public, we will be video conferencing this meeting. Aaron, I transition to you for the roll call.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle Bellio, and I work for ACSE. I will be the new liaison, taking over Aaron's role. I will go ahead and move forward with the roll. As I call your name, please unmute yourself and verify your presence. Okay, let's start this again. Commissioner Adler?
Here.
Commissioner Gill? Commissioner Andrus?
Present.
Commissioner Estes? Commissioner Hamilton?
Present.
Vice Chair Hayes-White?
Good morning, I'm here.
Commissioner Lopez?
Present.
Commissioner Mills? Commissioner Notch?
Present.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
Here.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Here.
Commissioner Salomonson? Commissioner Topalian?
Here.
Chair Tostin?
Present.
And Commissioner Winlock. All right, that concludes our roll. We do have a quorum.
Thank you, Michelle. Commissioner Ruiz, will you please lead us in the flag salute?
I would love to. If you would all please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruiz. So moving into announcements, just wanted to share that a number of commissioners sent their regrets because of some other commitments today and so won't be able to attend. Additionally, there are a few commissioners who are online who have parenting responsibilities for students who are in the home right now and have committed as much as possible to remain engaged and on camera throughout the meeting, but may need to step away to care for another very important person in their life. And so we just want to acknowledge that and appreciate their engagement and commitment today. With that, Vice Chair Hayes White, will you please lead us in a review of the agenda?
Absolutely. Good morning. We have a full agenda today, so please bear with me as I review each item. Item number 1, liaison updates and reports. Item number 2, California Special Education Governance and Accountability Study. Staff from West Ed will provide information on the Special Education Governance and Accountability Study and report. Item number 3, California State Budget Update. Staff from the Department of Finance will provide an update on the fiscal year 2021-22 state budget. We will have lunch from 12:30 to 1 o'clock p.m. Item 4, Voices from the Field. Administrators from school districts and special education local plan areas will discuss strategies and best practices for reopening schools for all students. Item number 5, Grazer Outstanding Achievement and Learning Goal Award. The Commission will continue the conversation of the Goal Award amount for this year's recipient. We will have a break at 2:15 and come back at 2:30. Item number 6, Commissioner Recognition. Outgoing Commissioner Sara Jocham will be recognized. Item 7, Election of Officers for the 2021-22 year. The annual election for Chair and Vice Chair will be held. Item number 8, State Special Education Director's Report. The Director will provide an update on activities of the division. Item 9, Commissioner Updates. Item 10, Agenda Building for ACSE Meetings. Item 11, General Public Comment. And we will adjourn our meeting at 4:30 p.m. Fellow Commissioners, if you would like to make a comment after an item, please raise your hand in the chat. I will call on you in the order received. To our viewers, public comment is highly encouraged. Public comment may be made after each item via email and/or telephone. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute. Michelle will explain the logistics of public comment. Michelle?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair. Public comment can be made after each item when the chair calls for public comment by dialing into the number on the screen. Can we please bring up the screen? I will read that number. The number is 712-770-4906. After dialing in, you will be asked a participant access code, which is 1166083. Then press *6, and then you will be placed in a queue. We do ask that the public make sure they turn their speakers off on their computers so it's muted to avoid feedback sounds during the call. We also ask those calling in to make public comment to state your name and any affiliation prior to making comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Commissioner Ruiz, I see you have your hand raised. So you're muted as well. So sorry.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I missed what you said.
Okay. It wasn't raised. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. I'm sorry. And so with that, I will also just remind everyone we are relying on a team of interpreters to ensure that everyone is able to access the meeting. So I would ask everyone to speak at a pace that allows the interpreters to follow along with us. And there are moments in the meeting where they will be transitioning. And so there may be an announcement to ask presenters and or commissioners to pause to allow the interpreters to transition. And I guess I'd start the meeting with thanking the interpreters who are supporting us here today. We recognize that we have lots of technical terms and appreciate your willingness to facilitate communication and with a very complex subject matter. So thank you all for being here. With that, I will move into item 1, liaison reports. Today we have reports from Robin Zane with the state special schools, and also the vice chair of the state board, Eileen Strauss, who will be sharing updates from their respective roles. So thank you, and I turn it over to you, Robin.
Thank you very much, and thank you for saying that about the interpreters. I really appreciate it. So this is my report as of today for the state special schools and diagnostic centers. The California School for the Blind has Summer Academy now, which is all remote, which lasts for 3 weeks. School graduation, let me back up a second. Graduation was for all 3 schools was the first week of June. June 3rd, June 2nd, June 3rd, and June 4th. So now we're in summer school. The California School for the Blind has 3 weeks of a remote summer academy where the students participate in such activities as learning coding and all kinds of activities that can be done remotely. The California School for the Deaf in Riverside opened summer school on Monday, the 14th. That runs for 3 weeks as well. However, that is in person. And there is no residential component to Riverside's summer school, so it's all-day students, and that's historically the program. It has nothing to do with the pandemic. The California School for the Blind in Fremont and the California School for the Deaf in Fremont will open their summer school, again in person, July 12th. And that will run for 3 weeks. The residential component, we're waiting for approval, final approval for whether or not we can include residential students in the Fremont summer school program. We are really hoping we can, and that's the plan. So we're waiting to talk to California Department of Public Health and Alameda County Public Health. The diagnostic centers closed the beginning of July, and they remain closed. There is a skeleton staff on site for the diagnostic centers. All the sites open beginning to mid-August. Now, the biggest news for us is, I'm not sure if you are aware of this, but there was a ransomware attack on the state special schools, May 23rd. And that's when it was discovered, Sunday, May 23rd. It impacted 5 sites. It did not, for some reason, impact the Diagnostic Center Central in Fresno, but it impacted all the other sites. The internet was initially shut down across all sites to prevent the spread of the virus throughout the state special schools network. Right away, strategic planning and intervention was begun by the Technical Services Division of CDE. The state special schools is working with CDT, Cal OES, the FBI, and other state and federal agencies, along with Microsoft, to respond, rebuild servers, increase cybersecurity, and restore full access to the internet. Right now, the School for the Deaf in Riverside, which has summer school, does have access, very limited access to the internet. The whole program is in their large middle school building. So they have internet there and they have internet in the student health unit. We had to prioritize as to what we could open first. And since the School for the Deaf in Riverside had summer school first, that's where the energy went. All safety systems, including fire alarms and fire suppression and security alarms, are in working order. This is the kind of thing you learn during a ransomware attack, on what is connected to what and what's on a hard line. So all fire alarms and safety systems are working. We checked that first. There's no evidence of a data breach of confidential parent or student information. Video phones for the deaf, which are internet-based, are not currently working. So that's a summary of our work on improving and clearing the ransomware problems. And it's been, everyone has jumped in to help, and we've made a lot of progress. It's quite an experience, but I'm happy to say that there's been a lot of support and a lot of progress. Now, if you have any questions, please let me know.
As a reminder, commissioners, please use the raise hand feature within Zoom to be acknowledged for comments. I see Commissioner Oyakawa has her hand raised.
Thank you. Robin, wow. I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know about the ransomware attack. So I'm glad to hear that everyone's personal information was not harmed, and that the safety systems are working. But video phones, that's huge. And do you have I'm wondering, I have a couple questions, I guess. One is if you have an idea of when these are all going to come back online. And I guess related to that, I was wondering, I was trying to keep up with the description of what schools are opening when and in person, and I'm still absorbing my coffee. So I don't know if you said it, but I'm wondering about for fall, if the special schools are going to be in person like Riverside, and if so, if that would include the residential programs. And I guess, the third question for that is, do we expect the video phones to be back online so they can communicate with their families? Thank you.
Those are all good questions. Of course, those are the same questions we asked too. And the answer is that we anticipate school to be able to open. Microsoft Teams is, as we speak, working with Technical Services Division and everybody else to create workarounds and whatever they have to do to make sure that there will be internet access when school reopens in August. So that's the goal. And the goal is also to have, these are two separate issues, of course, residential students on campus when school reopens. And that's always been the goal. And hopefully this summer, the Fremont programs can open with their residential programs, which is related to the pandemic, not the ransomware. But when the Fremont site opens for summer school, the internet is expected to be up and running, how they work their magic. But everybody is fully aware of the situation and working to make sure everything opens on time. There's a lot of people involved with this. So good questions.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional questions from commissioners, I will pause and take care of something that I overlooked at the beginning of the meeting. I'd also like to acknowledge and welcome Vice President of the State Board, Eileen Strauss, additionally Heather Calamise, who is the Special Ed Director for the State of California, and Robin Zane, who is the Superintendent of our state special schools. My apologies for not acknowledging your presence and contributions to the meeting at the start. With that, I will turn it over to you, Vice President Strauss.
Hello, everybody, and I just wanted to tell you I'm delighted to be with you, it gives me an opportunity to update some important activities that have happened at the State Board and that will happen again in our July meeting. So let me talk quickly about our March meeting. Our May meeting, we adopted the California Digital Learning Integration and Standards Guidance. This was a 10-month project as part of Governor Newsom's budget last year, the state budget. Sacramento County Office of Ed and a lot of leaders did this. It's a guidance that's divided into 3 parts. Distance learning practices, mathematics, and English language arts, English language development. But I really want to highlight there's great part of this is going to be an ebook and it'll be in 3 parts. You'll be able to easily access it, but it does have in it some great stories and lessons teachers learned on how to do distance learning, which platforms they used, and what they found very successful. I think you'll find it a great resource with all the distance learning guidance out there. This, I think, will help going forward, even when we're back in person. So just wanted to highlight that. That's coming as an ebook as well. Also, we finally did on our accountability system adopt a student growth model. This has been a 5-year project. Really, we're one of the last couple states of the whole U.S. to adopt one, but we really wanted to get it right and make sure it was a stable indicator that didn't move too much with small groups of students. So again, unfortunately, we won't be able to use it until we have 2 years of data in a row, but it is adopted now, and you'll be hearing some more about that. I just wanted to share that with you. Also, we are looked at the alternative schools. We call the DASS Dashboard Alternative School Status. There was a concern about students who might be moved from traditional high schools into alternatives so that it wouldn't affect accountability measures, and it turned out not to be true. It looked like it was pretty stable, so that was an important evaluation that we did. And do understand that we're continue to look for college and career indicators and students with special needs. There are some special college and career indicators just for that subgroup. And we're looking at other reports that will continue to enhance our accountability measures. The last thing I would say to you is the math framework, which is significant in its revision. We didn't change the standards, we just updated all the guidance, is going out for its 2nd review. And we expect it to come to the State Board later this year. So that would be important to take a look at as well. Again, we didn't change the standards, but it's an important guidance document about inclusive environments, equitable teaching, has some really strong and good practices in it. So thank you very much. Oh, last thing I'll say is in July, we will be looking at the federal money, the one-time money that districts will have an opportunity to plan for. So we'll have some more guidance at our July meeting about that. And then in September, we'll have guidance for what districts have to report on their school accountability report card based on subgroup data, based on whatever assessment they use this spring. So I thank you very much. I'm delighted to be with you today. Thank you, Chair Tostin. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. And so, commissioners, if you have any questions or comments before we open up for public comment, now would be the time to begin raising your hands. Vice President Strauss, just a clarification on the growth model. I'm really excited to know that we are in a place that we are confident in going forward with this model and appreciate the time that the state took to, as you said, get it right. And so knowing that it requires 2 years of data, the first school year we'd be able to really learn from the growth model and see that data would be the 23-24 school year, assuming we have data next year in 21-22, 22-23. 23-24 would be the year of the big reveal.
Yeah, that's correct. And again, we'll be providing other data before that, but to do the growth model, we do need 2 years of data. But as we all know, time passes a lot faster than some of us anticipate. So yes, it'll be spring of 22, spring of 23, 21-22, 22-23. And then in that fall, we'll have the 2 years of data. So it'll be in 24.
Very exciting, and I'm sure it's a conversation that the commission is going to be tracking on, and we'll rely on you and Layla to highlight presentations that may be important for us to track on or invite to the commission for a conversation. So not seeing any additional comments or questions from commissioners. So last call for commissioners. Michelle, are there any other liaison reports this morning?
No, there are not.
Commissioner Topolin, you look poised for a comment.
Yes. I mean, this is where we would talk about the IEP working group, correct? So Elizabeth and I have been participating in the CD's, IEP work group, and Elizabeth jump in at any time. And I must say that it has been a great experience, and Sarah's on too. The team has been really, really great to meet every single week, and there's so much progress, and you can see so much of the passion behind the intent of what it's meant to do. And I think we're all realizing while we're meeting and just sharing that the tone of the IEP has to change overall, and it has to be strength-based and it has to be student-based. And so it's looking at more of like rearranging some of the the way the IEP is, of just making it more the positive. We start with the positives. We recognize the strengths of the student. We build upon that. And then I think some of the things that the team also recognizes is that there's a lot of training that goes with this. It's not about just having some template or whatever it is, but it's just about the training, especially with general education teachers and their role and their participation in it as well. So, and then with that, just having a lot of the parents, the special ed teachers as well, because just starts from, I think, the top, where school districts and schools give enough time for teachers to plan, to be able to have those important meetings and have the IEPs within the guidelines and to follow through on it as well. And I think that's pretty much it. Did I miss anything? Sarah? There you go.
So any other commissioner comments or reports?
I have one more assessment.
So actually, Janine, I'll ask if we can hold assessment to the commissioner reports later this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
And I see the slide for public comment has been placed on the screen. And so members of the public wishing to make comment, we ask that you begin lining up in the digital queue. And as we're waiting for those comments, I would highlight from the various liaison reports and the conversations that we've been tracking. There's a number of conversations that are reaching kind of the recommendation stage or implementation stage, and lots going on as a state. And so I just wanted to highlight our role and the critical nature of our role as commissioners and as the commission right now to advise our appointing bodies as we are deeply engaged in the work of transforming a number of aspects of public education. We have an awesome opportunity to ensure that students with disabilities are represented and that we move forward on the fight that so many of you have been engaged in terms of advocacy for inclusion and recognition of the importance of Tier 1 instruction or general ed access for students with disabilities. And so I just want to highlight the opportunity we have in hopes that we really lean in to these conversations and make our perspective and recommendations around the best interest of our students with disabilities known and heard as our appointing bodies are making and grappling with difficult decisions and exciting new directions for our work. So with that, Michelle, are there any public comments?
We have no public comments at this time.
Okay. Having no public comments, I will close item 1. We are a little bit ahead of time, which may be okay. Are the presenters for item 2 ready to begin? Potentially, Michelle? Do we have them here? I see Sarah.
Chair Tostin. We're waiting on a few presenters.
Okay. So I'll put this out as a general question to commissioners. When you need to fill the space in a public meeting, what are some strategies that you use? Given our agenda today, and not wanting to begin moving things around so that the public can track with the agenda, I guess we will just pause for a moment and wait for the presenters and revel in our efficiency in our conversations to this point.
Thank you, Chair Tostin, for your great facilitation in your comments. I just to say, having spent the last year on a lot of Zoom meetings, I just really appreciate your leadership and your facilitation. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd love to second that.
Michelle, she's not going to be joining us. It's just going to be me and Ty today. Sorry, I just sent you an email.
So let's plan to begin the next item at the scheduled time. And we will take a pause, a break in the meeting so that you can stretch or get coffee. And let's all plan to commissioners be back at 10:43 so that we can resume the meeting with the next item. Thank you all. Who joined us after the roll call. Thank you for being here. I just wanted to acknowledge your presence.
Thank you. And I am learning to make sure I know how to connect into these meetings. And it's always a challenge, everyone, for me. And it's my bad. So, but I'm here. Thank you.
No problem. So with that, Vice Chair Hayes-White, would you please review item 2? Or actually, that's me. So moving into item 2, very happy to welcome Sara Jocham and Ty Ripper from West Ed, who will provide us an update on the special education state work group focused on governance and accountability. This has been a year-long conversation, and we've heard from Sara and the team before, and so this represents an opportunity for us to be updated on the conversation, as well as begin understanding what we can look forward to in the coming months. And so with that, Sara, I turn it over to you, and thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you so much, Chair Tostin and Vice Chair White-Hayes. We're so happy to Hayes-White. Sorry, we're very happy to be here today. We're excited to share with you all. I feel like you're becoming a familiar crowd for me, and I want you to know what a valued sounding board you are in all of these pieces, and not only in your capacity together as a commission today and as commissioners, but as individuals participating in these various work groups and on the advisory groups for these studies. We value you and the experience you bring of getting together as a group and understanding the priorities of the state and helping us make sure we are keeping those in mind. As you all know, there are several studies going on right now, and we were here at the last meeting speaking about the IEP work group and the alternate diploma pathways work groups. Today, we're here to talk about the governance and accountability study. And I'm going to provide an overview and talk to you a little bit about what we found through our literature review and how we framed our policy review, which was a large part of this project. And then Ty has joined me. Ty has led the study of local practices and that part of the study. And so he's going to share with you some of the framework for that and some of our learnings from that to this point. I'll talk a little bit about the timeline in a minute, but just as a reminder, the purpose of this study is to examine California's governance and accountability structures for students with disabilities and to center the recommendations around what will help us to improve student outcomes and to deliver special education and supports in the least restrictive environment. And so our framing for this really has been around those governance and accountability structures, but really trying to connect that back again to student outcomes and how we get those students even more access, not just physically to the classroom, but access to appropriate supports in the general education classroom. The recommendations that we are required to give to the legislature are to be centered around ensuring transparency in decision-making, family and community input in local decision-making, equitable distribution of special education supports and services to LEAs, including small LEAs specifically, and then to focus on aligning the state and federal accountability, compliance, and support systems, and then within those levels, how can we better align special education and general education accountability systems? So our timeline, this has been a very fast study. These timelines, when these come through the budget, and then by the time we get the work in place and get started, we have been at a very fast speed. I think Janine was saying we've been meeting almost weekly for the IEP work group. We haven't met as often for this study. It was a lot more data collection, but it's been a very fast process. But we've tried to be as thorough as we possibly could. And so we've spent a lot of time reviewing federal and state law, regulation, policy, and guidance. And I'll talk about this in a minute, but as our review of this started, I think we were looking for ideas of solutions and things that are working. And I think our mindset shifted as we moved into it to really what are the barriers we can remove to enable local innovation and local decision-making and that transparency and coordinated decision-making at the local level. And along with that, we had access to a lot of statewide data. We looked at data trends. We looked for opportunities of where we might want to dig further into practice within the state. We were especially looking for examples of where LEAs are performing better than expected. And so we ran data related to student achievement, student growth. We looked at the disproportionality data, but looked at it a little differently than the state does, and looked at districts who had lower than expected disproportionality to see if we could find out what was happening there. And we selected a group of LEAs. Ty's going to go into that a lot more. We dug into that local data, examined data at the local level to see what we could learn. And we are just finishing conducting our surveys, focus groups, and interviews at that local level. So we've met with LEAs. Ty will talk about Southwell, but we're meeting with SELPA directors and county office superintendents to learn more about what they believe is working in their systems. We've spent a lot of time reviewing the research literature around accountability systems and looking at other state practices and what California can learn from that. And from that, we are at this point right now that we're working on developing our recommendations and some case studies. So after this meeting, we'll talk about this at the end, but you'll be hearing from us again as we reach out to you all, I'm sure, through multiple ways to solicit broad community input on the findings and recommendations. And along the way, we've been guided by an advisory group, which again has been a very strong group and represented a lot of different groups. We have parents, we have teachers, and one of the teachers has said to me multiple times that this is the first time he's been on a work group with legislators and CDE and felt like his voice was as important, if not more important than theirs. And I just want to say this work group has been a combination from that very top level, the legislature, CDE, Department of Finance, the state board, all the way down to parents and teachers, general education teachers and special education teachers. And those voices are very important. We also have advocacy organizations that are part of that, as well as the Family Empowerment Center representative, several researchers from different institutes of higher education in California, and then other people with expertise across the country looking at other state governance systems. So like I said, our first task really, and this was a large piece of the work, was reviewing the law and looking at IDEA, looking at California Ed Code, identifying if there are pieces where we can streamline between that state and federal level again, and then between general education and special education. And as we did that, I want you to know how we define governance, that we really looked at governance as kind of the top-down decision-making, that governance can go both ways, but in general, governance is the way an entity uses its decision-making authority to govern. It communicates decisions. It assigns responsibility. In this case, the state may assign responsibility to a regional entity. A regional entity may assign it to an LEA who assigns it to a school, and we're governing. We're assigning responsibility. We have control over that. We can take that back when we're the governor. We're governing it. And governance is really established through law and policy and guidance. They're pretty strict structures that are set in place. And an effective governance system also depends on information from the accountability system. So it doesn't just push down, but it pulls those data back up through feedback loops. And then accountability is the oversight structure in service of governance, or a goal, whatever the goal of the agency is, but it depends much more on a bottom-up push of data, right? It depends on that data, and we use it to evaluate and ensure implementation. It guides us to develop incentives and sanctions. That's part of accountability. And the accountability, when it's flexible, can allow for innovation and, again, inform governance. That hopefully we see this as a cycle, that when there's accountability systems, they're informing governance, and we see continuous improvement, right? That's what we want to see when we start thinking about improvement science, that we're looking at small tests of change and trying something different, testing, getting data to see whether it makes a difference, and then changing our governance and our decision-making based on that. We also looked at several drivers of governance and accountability. And so you'll see when we talk again that a lot of our area of our legal review, and then when we started digging into practice, especially in other states, was looking at pieces such as technical assistance and systems of support. How does that work, and how are we using that, both as part of our accountability system and also as a form of governance. Again, when we put priorities or fund certain items under technical assistance, it really does communicate our priorities. Resource allocation in a similar way, data collection and reporting, monitoring, both compliance monitoring, I want to say here, and also what we would call process monitoring. That's more of that improvement planning along the way of making sure we have checks in place that isn't necessarily procedural compliance. Dispute resolution in special education is another driver of governance and accountability. Policy and guidance, that accountability for outcomes, and the planning process for program improvement, and then family and community input, of course. And when we set out to look at this, we really were looking, especially when we reviewed other state systems, we're looking at how systems use these drivers to drive change. And as our review progressed, our research question really evolved. And our research question became not how do they drive change, but how do they enable or create the conditions for LEAs to improve the experiences of and outcomes for students receiving special education. So that the more and more we dug into where there has been research, it's not that these things, when they're pushed down from the top, are driving change, but it's when policies are used, again, to eliminate barriers, empower local control, then we see innovation at the local level, which really is what drives change. So to look at that, again, we really wanted to know related to those drivers, and specifically in California at the state level, the regional level, and the local level, when we think about things like technical assistance and the improvement planning process, including through the special education plan and through the LCAP, how are those drivers being used to do several things? And again, these go back to the charge from the legislature, but this is the question we asked, how does each driver intentionally promote equity, including an equitable distribution of support and services? How are the drivers implemented to ensure transparency, to include family and community input, to create that interconnected system between the levels and promote alignment of special education and general education? So as we reviewed both the general education accountability system in California and special education, these are the items we looked at to see how different pieces approached this, if they were intentionally aimed at promoting equity, ensuring transparency, and making sure we're making those connections both with the family and community, and then within the systems and between general education. And so that's kind of a teaser. I'm taking you that far, and I apologize. We're at a point in our study right now. We're close to having our findings and recommendations, but our advisory group, we're meeting again this month. And so we want to make sure we get their input on that first. So that's a teaser of what we've looked at, and we'll share with you next time where we've landed. So that's basically my update on the policy review. On statewide data, we really wanted to dig into the data around least restrictive environment. And this, I think it was important for us to confirm, but we used California's data to confirm that just like the research shows, the students who spend more time in the general education classroom show more academic growth from year to year. And I think a limitation, like we've talked about with other things, is that we don't have good data to look at other outcomes. So we don't know about functional outcomes, communication outcomes. I think what we see elsewhere is that is parallel to this, that when we're improving those academic outcomes, the same things are improving functional outcomes. But what we saw in California is that for every 10 percentage point increase in the time spent in the regular classroom, so if a child goes from 20 to 30% or from 60 to 70% of their day in the general education classroom, they experience a 13.3 percentage point increase in their academic growth on proficiency. So it really is, if we can increase that time, and time is a proxy here for access to curriculum, right? If they're spending 10% more time, but that time isn't accessing the general education curriculum or engaging with their peers, it's probably not having the same effect, and we don't have those data. But what we see is when we just look at time as that proxy, that the more time kids spend in the general education classroom, the better they're performing academically. And again, if we look at the research everywhere else, we don't have data on that, unfortunately, statewide in California, but that those functional and communication outcomes are improving as well. So this is we're going to focus on this a lot, and it became an important part of the study because I think you probably all are familiar with these data that California previously identified fewer kids than the rest of the country, right? And we had several reasons we thought that our least restrictive environment numbers might be lower. But now we're up to about average with identification rates, and we still are in that very bottom, I think, 4 or 5 states with our percentage of students who are inside the regular class 80% or more of the day. So we've hovered the last several years in our statewide data right around that 55% and gone above and below it. And I think the trend is improving over time, but this is an area definitely where we need to do a better job, and we need to try some new things. Probably more concerning data are the data about the students who are inside the regular class less than 40% of the day. And this is an area where I have to say we do need to celebrate that the state has shown great improvement over time. And even over the last 5 or 6 years, we've consistently gotten lower in this indicator. We're just lower still than the rest of the country. Higher still than the rest of the country on this one. We were about 25% 5 years ago. We're down to around 20% that are out in that classroom less than 40% of the day are removed altogether. But this is an area where, again, an area of focus for us. If we want to improve outcomes for students, we've got to figure this out. And it becomes even more important when we start to look at this by disability category and by race and ethnicity, that we see that there are students who are inside the regular class less than 40% of the day, or even in separate schools, that appear to have needs that are similar to students who are placed in the general education classroom. But our white students are more likely to be placed in the general education classroom, and our Black and Brown students are more likely to be placed outside. We also looked at these data over time. We wanted to look at an indicator when we selected our districts of the likelihood of kids moving. How many kids do we see move, right? Do they move from more restrictive to less restrictive over time? And what we found is that they do, and there are some factors that contribute to that. One of the factors is early identification. Interestingly enough, those kids that we find earlier are more likely to move from more to less restrictive environments. Some of that is about availability in preschool maybe, but even when we look at school age, those kids who we find early and we're supporting early on, it appears that we figure out how to give them the supports they need so we can move them into the general education classroom more. So there's a need to identify kids earlier, and then to make sure they have teachers that have been in the district for a while. So that same association between outcomes with teachers being in the classroom longer goes for LRE as well, that schools that have teachers with higher longevity have more kids in the regular class. Another thing that was really important for us to look at, because of the charge from the legislature to look at the equitable distribution of resources and ensuring small LEAs have the resources they need, were the special education networks. And this is an area that the research is newer to special education, but there's a whole research area around social network analyses. And when we look at social networks, we're looking at formal or informal connections between entities. So sometimes this is used in a school to find out which kids are like the influencers in the school. We see this type of methodology used a lot when we're looking at things like drug use and eating disorders in high schools and with adolescents, looking at who's having that influence. In this case, we wanted to look at the connections that are happening and to look at formal and informal connections. So we have formal connections between entities in our special education governance that are written into law, right? So our LEAs are connected by common SELPAs, our small and medium LEAs, and some of our large LEAs. Our LEAs are also connected through the general education governance system through county offices. Those are formal connections. And then informal connections are those that are done by the entities themselves that don't appear to be formal or under that structure. It's an LEA that's in one SELPA, providing services to a student from an LEA in another SELPA, or two LEAs, an LEA that's a single district SELPA, exchanging services with an LEA, another single LEA SELPA, or an LEA that's part of a multi-LEA SELPA. So those pieces are really LEAs reaching out to other LEAs to get the services they need for students with disabilities and create what we're calling a nice flexible continuum of services, right? That it's flexible. I can reach out when I need it and get that when I come back. So we used information from CASEMIS from 1415 to 1819, and we looked at differences between the district of residence and the district of service. And I know these data aren't perfect data. There are some limitations to these data, but digging into them, we have verified that this is the case. And I want to show you this picture. And I think this is beautiful. It's really cool because what we see here is that California is a huge network of incoming and outgoing connections. So nearly every district in California is either serving a student who's not a resident of their district or sending a student for services or getting services from a district that's not that student's district of residence. And it really is, I think, a celebration of what we have built through the governance structure over time, that we've created these relationships. What you see here are several different things. I just want to point out a couple things at the top. You'll see a couple LEAs that are out there by themselves and not connected to others. There are a couple of those each time, and they seem to vary from year to year over time. So those are probably really small LEAs that need to reach out for a service for a year or for several years because they have a student with a need they can't meet, and then they're able to meet that need or that family leaves the district. But the large majority really are really connected. And the colors here represent not, again, informal communities is what I'm going to call them. So informal networks. So the colors are where you see a congruence of exchanges, those in and out exchanges happening with each other. And so, and there also is a really high level of reciprocity. Sometimes I think we think there are small districts receiving services from large districts, right? But reciprocity is when the district who's receiving a district from another is also giving that same district a service. So have a reciprocal relationship where we're both giving each other a service. And in California, the rate is about 33%. So about a third of those connections are actually going both ways between districts, which speaks again a lot to, I think, smaller districts working with each other. It also speaks to, I think, the county offices and them as county offices and as the administrative units for the SELPAs. So if you look in I'll zoom in a little bit here and you'll see in the orange rectangle here, we just have a really large cluster. And what you'll see here is this is probably an urban area, right? This is Southern California. We have a lot of different LEAs working together. The size of the circles are how many connections they're making with each other. So they're sharing back and forth a lot of services. And what's interesting about that is that those aren't small districts. It's not just our small districts that are creating relationships with each other. It's every district in California. And the large districts are creating even more relationships than the small districts, which is great. And those relationships, I would say, for the large districts go in and out as well. In the blue square, what you see is here we have likely a county office, probably a county office that's an AU for a multi-district SELPA, that is the connector for those other LEAs, right? It's playing an essential role. And so I think that's the other takeaway from this analysis is that there are entities, and some of them are districts and some of them are county offices, that are playing an essential role in connecting LEAs. And if they were to go away, if they didn't have that opportunity to build a relationship with each other, that those LEAs would kind of fall off the system. They're not connected to anyone else. There are others that if you take away a few of their lines, they don't fall out of the network, but there are a lot of districts around the edges that you'll see that are tied in by their relationship to one other district or some other unit, probably a county office. So that's the end of my information, and I'm going to turn the time to Ty to talk to us about the LEA surveys and the case studies we've been doing. And then at the end, we'll go back and have questions. And if we need to go back and look at any of the things I talked about, we can.
Thank you, Sarah. And good morning, commissioners. So as Sarah said, I'm going to share about the local data gathering activities that are currently underway using surveys and focus groups. And so first, I'll just zoom out. You can go to the next slide and talk a little bit about the process and the purpose of the surveys and the focus groups. I know Sarah touched on this a little bit, but the CDE and WestEd were interested in learning more about what California's governance and accountability policies actually look like in practice across a variety of LEA types. And we wanted to do that. We're interested in that because we wanted to sort of illustrate the role of governance and accountability systems in high performing LEAs, which were the focus of our case studies. And we also want to test our assumptions about what that role might be. And while we had, Sarah ran through, we had a lot of quantitative data to work with for the study, which was great. But we couldn't rely on that to tell us necessarily about LEA experiences in depth. So with the help of our statistician, we selected about 30 both high and not as high performing LEAs to participate in a survey to learn more about their experiences. And all the data for the surveys are from 2018-19 for the survey selections, just so you know, it was pre-COVID selections. I'll show some examples of some of the areas of high performance that we used when we get to the case studies. But we started by surveying those LEAs and their regional partners, their COEs, their SELPAs to learn more. And then from there, we picked a subset of 5 LEAs that were as representative as we could get with such a small sample and such a big state, right? And those LEAs we invited to participate in focus groups and interviews about their high performance. And we also asked their regional partners to participate as well. So this next slide is showing our LEA survey sample. You can see we had quite a range of LEAs included in the sample. Some are really small, others are very large. We had charter schools, we had both multi and single LEA SELPAs, and so on. We also considered geography using the CSESA region, so we tried to get as much variety as we could. And on the next slide, you'll see we've received almost 1,600 professional responses and over 1,200 parent or guardian responses. I have some of that demographic information on this slide, so you can see who's responded. We are planning to do a series of analyses using the survey data, so it'll be interesting because we'll be able to compare survey responses across things like SELPA types, across performance measures, across different types of professionals. So our teachers and administrators answering questions differently, our folks that are included in certain types of governance structures answering questions differently than others. So that helps us potentially understand, some of the factors that might contribute to high or low performance in the participating LEAs. And then it also helped us to select our case study LEAs, because still, even with these data, it's really difficult to know, what is happening in a school or in a district or in a region without asking and listening. So that is what we're doing in 5 different LEAs. And the overarching question that we're asking is essentially what contributes to your area of high performance. And then, of course, because we're focused on governance and accountability, we are then probing, specifically for the role of LEA networks, or like Sara was talking about, like the role of regional agencies in that high performance, the influence of governance and accountability processes like the LCAP or the SEP or the self-allocation plan. We're also talking to families when we can to better understand their role in governance and accountability for their child's school or district. So what's working well? How are you receiving information? How are you participating in decision making? Things like that. And these are the LEAs that were selected for the case studies. So as you can see, we tried to get as representative a sample as possible, knowing again that's challenging with such a small number. But still, you can see we have a lot of variety here. So you can see their location, their sizes, their SELPA types, their enrollment, and so on. And they also, it's not shown on the slide, but they do serve a really wide range of students. So within the group, there's LEAs with as low as 9% students with IEPs and as high as 18% students with IEPs. There's also ELL populations between 5% and 43%. And economically disadvantaged student populations between 42 and 81%. So or a variety, I suppose, is represented within this group. And they also have different areas of high performance. So, and just a reminder too, that these data are all pre-COVID, 2018-19. So Bay Area Technology, that's a charter school. They have high performance on proficiency for students with disabilities when compared to other charter schools. Etowanda Elementary is an elementary school district. They have considerably high performance on proficiency for students with disabilities when compared to other LEAs in their county. Pajaro Valley Unified, that's a single LEA SELPA, and they are showing high performance on identification disproportionality for Hispanic students. So what that means, sort of in other words, is that Hispanic students that are served in Pajaro are less likely to be over-identified for special education when compared to other LEAs in the county. So that's not an area of high performance we typically talk about, but that was something that we thought was interesting to dig into. We're sort of looking for, trying to think outside the box in terms of areas of high performance that we could look at. Plaza Elementary School District, that's a tiny school district with really high proficiency and growth for students with disabilities. And then finally, Visalia Unified School District, they have high performance on both identification and also discipline disproportionality for Hispanic students. So some variety there as well in their areas of performance. And then Sara already shared with you that very cool network analysis. And that's what you're seeing on the right-hand side of this slide here. So every dot, as Sara mentioned, that's representing an LEA in California. So it includes COEs and SELPAs. So the large highlighted circle you're seeing on each of these maps, and I know it's pretty hard to see because they're a bit small, but so Etowanda, if you could zoom in there to see it, they're a part of one of those closely knit networks that Sara was talking about that she had highlighted earlier. And it's also sort of, it's nestled in with some really well-resourced and some larger LEAs. And then Pajaro on the right-hand side, that's a large LEA in a single district SELPA. And it's a big connector, right? It connects a lot of different LEAs. Some of which are those LEAs that Sara was pointing out that are on the periphery, and some of which are more core districts to the network. And then on the next slide, you can see Plaza. So as I said, Plaza is a very small LEA, and they're one of those examples that Sarah was talking about. They're only connected to their COE. So their COE is playing a really important role potentially in keeping them connected to the network. And then you can kind of contrast that with Visalia on the right there. That is another large sort of connector, right? They're connecting LEAs on the periphery and also the core districts, more similar to Pajaro, although Visalia is part of a multi-LEA SELPA. So the difference there. We can't show you Bay Area technology just because of some data limitations, but if we could, it would be on the periphery more so. It isn't connected to many LEAs, which is similar to other charters, if we look at those. And so just a couple points of like, this is interesting for a few different reasons. And Sarah kind of went into that too, but just that, there's some LEAs, including some COEs, that are really key hubs in the network, and they're making these connections, which is an important consideration for how the governance structure is organized. And then the engagement we've had to date, so far we've held 9 focus groups and 2 interviews across the 5 LEAs. You can go to the next slide, Sarah. So we've sat in meetings with more than 50 people so far to listen. And I just want to real quick just recognize that the folks who are coordinating these for us in the district and are showing up to share their experiences, they're volunteering their time to do that during a really pretty exceptionally busy end of year. And it's kind of a summer like no other for folks who are working in school districts. So, it would not be possible to do this without their help. And I just want to say how grateful we are for their time. And their willingness to give up their anonymity, basically, right, to share their experiences, what's working well for them, to share that with us and with CDE and with other LEAs in the state. So many thanks to them. So we aren't done yet, but based on these engagements and the survey data, there are some emerging sort of themes, or what we've been talking about as enabling conditions, as Sarah mentioned. So things that are sort of contributing to strong performance across this wide variety of LEA types. So first is that LEAs that are performing well talk about having a shared mission, shared vision, a mindset about putting kids first, this mindset that all kids can learn, that their school or their district is a special community. I've been surprised by how many times I've heard the word family used to describe the districts that we're talking with. The LEAs also have strong communication and relationships, both internally, but also with families and community providers, even medical providers. High-performing LEAs also shared about longevity in teachers, staff, and administrators, which sometimes is coupled with sort of more formal teacher induction and support programs. And as Sarah mentioned, this is something that's also supported in the literature. So perhaps not surprising that we're hearing folks talk about the importance of that. High-performing LEAs, teachers and families talked about the district honoring their input and having processes for shared decision-making. And that's both in and outside of formal structures like the LCAP, for example. It's been really interesting to hear the variety. Some really use processes like the LCAP and love it and find it really valuable. Others sort of check that box, and then they have other ways of engaging in shared decision-making that really works better for them. And it's been interesting to hear that variety. And we've noticed that LEA leaders that are in high-performing LEAs really speak with a sense of empowerment about making decisions about the education programs for and with their teachers, and about resource allocation. And then finally, teachers and administrators talked about the importance of easily accessible and growth-oriented student-level data to help them make decisions. Many of them actually use the same data system, which I thought was interesting. So those are just some initial reflections from us, and I can kind of transition us to hearing from all of you. You've had a lot of information coming at you, but we'd love to hear your questions, your initial sort of reactions and reflections. And then also, as you're doing that, we'd love to hear you reflect on what you believe the role of the state is in creating a system where LEAs are enabled to create change.
Ty, thank you. Ty and Sarah, thank you for the presentation. And so, commissioners, I would ask you to please begin raising your electronic hands to line up in the queue for comments and questions. And while you are raising your hands, I wanted to just share a thought that I had related to some news about our state this week. California was identified as the largest or the number one economy in the United States. And so I think about that in terms of resources and our economy, and then I think about the numbers of special ed students who identify not only as special ed students, but also another student group and are identified on the LCAP. And so the challenge before us is ensuring that our students with disabilities and other marginalized student groups have the opportunity to access the number one economy in the U.S. and access by earning a life-sustaining and family-sustaining wage. And so as we go into these conversations, I want to center us around the call for equity that we began our year with and that we're all focusing in on, and recognize the student population we're currently serving is very different than the student population we were serving when a number of these systems, policies, and practices were put into place. And so please, let's all be mindful around looking at the needs of the students that we're currently serving across disability groups, across student groups, and think in the mindset of how do we really land our vision and the potential of having equitable outcomes for all students. Vice Chair Hayes-White, are there commissioners with comments and or questions?
Yes, there are. There are 3 hands. Please forgive me, I didn't catch the order. So I'm just going to say Commissioner Hamilton first.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I always find the information that West Ed presents very valuable and helpful. I just wanted to say, you know, I'm a parent of a student who goes to a really amazing, fully inclusive school who hits the checks a lot of the boxes on the information that you've provided here in this report, in the study, talking about the drivers for what you're looking for in an LEA, the networking, the communication, the equity, the importance of family involvement, all of these different things, as well as doing a really good job with including students with disabilities, including moderate and severe in classrooms full-time, 100% of the time, and having really good outcomes. But one thing I do know from being at that school and sitting on the board is that there's a real clear lack of funding for schools who are really doing this kind of work where they really have a higher percentage of students with disabilities, including moderate to severe disabilities, and are receiving, you know, much lower per pupil funding than other schools that may be the same size and have a much smaller population of students with disabilities. So, and the result of this are things like, you know, being able to pay our teachers less because we just don't have and constantly fundraising and having this huge burden of financial need to really serve students with disabilities at a really high level in a really inclusive environment and with the proper supports and services to do that. So I just wanted to bring that up, looking at the idea of the funding model and how the funding model in California in particular influences that, and that there are some schools doing a really great job that are kind of falling through the cracks, and it's really hard for them to continue that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton, for sharing your experience. And I think I've also been here talking about the funding study we've been working on, and I think there is a lot of overlap between those pieces and making sure we are differentiating funding. So thank you for that input.
Commissioner Notch.
Good morning. Thank you so much for spending time today and sharing this work. I really appreciate it. I have a question specific to county office and SELPA roles. That's currently the focus of my work, is within a county office, which is functionally very similar to the technical assistance and advisory support that SELPA roles play. And so while the outcome of the work that we do with our LEAs is, of course, driven by how effective we are, and there's accountability built in there for us in our role in supporting LEAs, there's so many other complex factors that on the LEA side, I believe are stronger drivers of whether or not the direct support from COEs and SELPAs move the work forward and affect change within LEAs. The extent to which we can do that is somewhat limited by our role. And there are, of course, accountability functions that mandate COE and SELPA involvement and or approval, but by and large, we don't have supervisory capacity. So thinking about the accountability portion of this study, and specifically as it relates to COE and SELPA functions, and I believe it was slide 27 where you listed the enabling conditions that were kind of predictors of success within LEAs. Were there any recommendations that came out of this study that you think could help create high leverage influence with the work that SELPAs and COEs do to improve student outcomes within LEAs?
I can comment on that a bit, and then Ty can add to that. I think what we see, Commissioner Notch, is that in the systems we've talked to, so again, we only could talk to 5. This is a very short timeline, but in all of them, the same inclusive practices we would expect to see at a school level, we're seeing at the county office level as well. And so I think we have yet to do an interview where the same person doesn't wear the hat of SELPA director and county office special ed or district special ed. And in a single district SELPA, that always happens. But we have yet, I will say sometimes it feels like when we do this type of work, we're introducing people to each other, right? We say, will you invite your colleagues that work with English learners and provide support to them? And they don't know them well. In all of these cases, those people work very closely together. And that special education director or SELPA director has been an assistant superintendent and in the superintendent's cabinet in everyone. And again, those are data we can't necessarily collect statewide. I wish we could. We initially wanted to look at degrees of separation on organizational charts and tried to do some of that, but it's hard to find that information for every county office in SELPA, I will say, as we dug into that. But I think those are some of the pieces we're seeing, is that inclusive practice we would want to see at the classroom level with general education and special education coordinating. It's happening at the county office or the SELPA level, that same level of collaboration. So we spoke to someone yesterday and they said that special ed is just invited to every professional development, right? Their department that works on professional development just includes special ed automatically. They don't have to ask. Everyone's involved in the same professional development, and that's done jointly. And I would say the other thing, and Ty brought this up when he talked about people feeling empowered to make decisions. The evidence we've seen of that now, and I think 3 of the 5 we've talked to, Ty, correct me if I'm wrong, is that they are taking the initiative to blend or braid funding to pay for those things. So the example yesterday was a small district who didn't need a full-time ed specialist, right? So rather than having an itinerant ed specialist in their classroom, for example, for half the week, they had figured out how to use other funds and keep that ed specialist in their school all week and have them providing services to kids who don't have disabilities the rest of the week. So they have one ed specialist who's there, gets to know the kids, is in all the classroom, gets to know the teachers. And I think the piece that has really struck me with all of them is that they feel very empowered to make those funding decisions. They've either been taught by someone they can do that, or they just feel really bold in doing that, but they're definitely not separating the funds into special ed and general ed. They're figuring out how to push those together to get more leverage to serve kids, because I think this goes back to what Chair Toston was talking about. They're recognizing there's a population of students and they're having an IEP, is only one facet of these kids. And there are other factors that are becoming more important. And so they're looking at how do we meet those needs of these kids, regardless of the label. So I would say those are the pieces that we're seeing. And again, that's a very small group, but it's been very persistent that that coordination is happening, that they don't see themselves as separate at the regional level. Ty, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I don't know that I have much to add except for to say what's been interesting for me in talking to them is that this can happen with different sorts of governance structures, right? Like that's not only happening, for example, in like a single LEA SELPA, like that can also happen in a multi-LEA SELPA or in a charter school, right? Just sort of this modeling of what it looks like to be on the same team and to be making those shared decisions together. It's been helpful for me to sort of understand how that can look in a variety of different governance structures.
Thank you, Beth.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you. This was really interesting, and that I'm getting my head around those plots. That was kind of cool to visualize that. I was really struck when I saw the common enabling conditions. It just seems like those are best practices, regardless of whether we're talking about special education or just education systems in general, that those are what makes for success for all the students, having the staff, longevity with staff, all that would improve the outcomes for the entire student body. And I think what Sara just said about having the special ed teams be included and feel truly an equal part of the rest of the staff seems to be one of the real highlight that I'm hearing of inclusion. We're seeing so much more work being done on having our kids be included, but also maybe the staff needs to feel that they are part of the team. And so inclusion is not just for our students being put in the mainstream, but like you said, automatically special ed staff should be part of the gen ed staff meetings. That's just, they are part of the team and just as important. And I think empowering everyone across the board would be, one of the best, almost simplest ways to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. And then I think going back to what Chair Tostin said, if we've got the money now, right, that's what, if you talk to any school district, whether they're talking about their group of kids in the special ed services or not, funding is, often what is needed most across the board. And so I guess, it just goes back to, can we use whatever surpluses we have at this time to support all our schools? And it's sort of, I don't want to say trickle down effect, but, it should kind of help lift everyone. And so I think that's just my reaction seeing all this information. So this is really interesting, and I'm glad that you guys are doing the studies, and I love that you're looking at it from a positive aspect of looking at what is working for these SELPAs and LEAs so that we can share out, as opposed to only looking at negatives of what is not working. Starting with the positives and then helping those that are not doing as well. I think that's a great approach too. So thank you.
Before the next commissioner comment, Michelle, can I ask you to put the last slide back up for commissioners to see? There was a second question that they were soliciting our response around, so I just wanted to make sure commissioners had that question available to them, in addition to the comments and responses from the presentation. So if you have thoughts around what we believe the role of the state is in creating this system, where LEAs aren't able to create change. And so I wouldn't want to miss this opportunity to provide some direct feedback in addition to our initial reactions and questions. Thank you. I'm sorry, Vice Chair Hayes White, you were acknowledging a commissioner.
Yes, Commissioner Adler.
Thank you, and thanks, Sara and Ty. Good to see you guys, and great job as always. I think my question kind of relates to that, maybe to that second bullet point. I'm curious to know if any of the districts that you studied, did any of them reference the statewide system of support, the special education leads, and what their influence has been, or what role they've played in helping those districts to achieve the level of success they've achieved or to make connections with their local networks. I'm curious to see where those special education leads are. What are they doing to help improve this state of special education in the state?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And yes, I mean, both formally and sort of informally. So when we talk about those networks of support, we've certainly talked to, for example, administrators that say, hey, if I have this question, I know that I can pick up the phone and I can call Captain or I can call so-and-so because I have these like existing relationships. So even if I'm not necessarily like formally engaged in a technical assistance process with one of those folks, they are playing an important role within the network just in terms of like expertise and relation, like those folks that have relationships and know about best practices within the system are really, really important. And so we have had people say, being able to, that it would be of benefit to have those folks or that statewide system of support sort of amplified in the system in different ways. So, I mean, yes. And people, but I think what's most interesting to me is hearing people share about how they use that support and how sometimes it's not something necessarily that like a structure that the state has set up where they're getting this support formally, but it's also like, hey, I went to this thing and I met this person. And so now I call them when I have a question. It's been really interesting to then think about, okay, well then how does the state sort of like enable that sort of relationship building? Mm-hmm. Sarah, do you have other comments about that?
I think, no, Ty, I would echo what Ty said. The one thing I would add is I think we've had some people bring up the separateness of those, again, going back to the idea that at each level they're separate, and how the supporting inclusive practices lead is really trying to bridge that and working across general ed and special ed when they're working in a district, but that often, again, it's another system where we probably, and again, I think we are thinking about recommendations around this. How do we make that even more inclusive, right? That if we're providing support to a county office or an LEA, students with disabilities are their students, and we need to make sure that all of those systems are inclusive as well. So I think most have been really positive, but just, I think, again, how do we make sure we're all benefiting from both and we're not choosing like which are we supposed to benefit from?
I think hearing more from those leads and on what they're, putting it out there, what they're doing would help. Even just to say here are the best practices. So thanks y'all very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Adler.
Okay, Commissioner Ruiz.
Hi, thank you. And thank you so much for the presentation. Obviously, so much work went into it. So I'm a parent, and I'm asking this question because I'm sure there's a lot of other parents out there, but kind of three parts. So one, what do you really hope to accomplish by this study? I know that's very general, but if you could answer that for me. And then I heard a few times that it's a short timeline. I'm kind of wondering why. Is it a short timeline? And then if there's some key chunks of data missing and it's a short timeline, like what is kind of happening with that? And also with California being such a large state, it seems like, and you guys have mentioned it, that the sample size is really small. So I was just kind of curious to know your thoughts behind those decisions. Thank you.
Yeah. Great question. Thank you, Commissioner Ruiz. And I'm also a parent of a child with a disability and try to keep that in mind because this does feel very high level. I would say in response to your first question, what we hope to come from this, I think, are actionable suggestions where we can create better transparency and potentially even point out opportunities to learn, right? Like some of these things we've been talking about right now are recommendations that I think don't require really large shifts, but are opportunities that we've learned that could be addressed. I think there are some pieces that I think just haven't been updated since, like LCFF added new accountabilities. Like there are some alignments in the ed code that I think are pretty straightforward that just will help create clarity and some transparency. But I think overwhelmingly, I think what we're learning too is that it's not some big new initiative the state needs to implement, right? I don't think we're looking for some magic thing to invest billions of dollars in that's going to help. But again, I think probably where the findings are going is that it's that local control and empowering them and making sure they have the resources to make decisions and how we can do that. And so I think that this study will likely identify some things that could happen that could add transparency right now, but even more in the future. And I think the data, the timeline and the size of the study, I think that's just based on the timeline the legislature put in. And I don't know how many of you noticed that the study for special education that's in there this year, they extended it, right? So it's not 1 year, it's a 2-year study. It's, I think, for non-public setting placements. And I think I think we're all learning that this is a really quick time to go in depth. I also think, though, there's some urgency into if there are barriers we can remove that we can learn from this that we can remove, then maybe we should take that opportunity. I think the additional data that we need are data we don't have. So it's not just a matter of having the time to gather them. But this is something, and I'm wearing too many hats right now, probably, but I'm going to harken back to what Commissioner Topalian talked about with the IEP work group, is a lot of conversation about, are we really tracking, like, do we have IEPs to set up in a consistent way to track some of those other outcomes that we care about for kids, right? Because I think whenever we do this and we're looking at high performance, we're stuck with these quantitative indicators. We have, like, there's some school climate data. We've pulled school climate survey data across the state too to use to look for patterns. But looking for patterns there is probably not as meaningful as some of those data. And I think that, again, the IEP work group is working on some more consistent ways of tracking things in IEPs, but also I think the takeaway on that is some of those data we're finding out LEAs have, and they have really good systems for it, and they're tracking those experiential outcomes and those intermediary outcomes that aren't just a summative end of the year assessment. And so maybe one of the takeaways is, again, if we're going to study this more deeply, studying it statewide, we're going to find so many different things, and we can at a very high level say, it appears that this doesn't make a difference, right? And the truth is we didn't see, like Ty said, we selected the LEAs because they were performing differently than the other LEAs in their county. So it wasn't like a really high performing county and we selected their LEAs, but every LEA seems to take things in differently. And so maybe some of that work maybe we need to invest in doing that work more at the LEA level and digging into that. Because I think we don't have statewide data. I don't know that we could ever get like consistent statewide data to compare that across LEAs, but at the LEA level to like really dig into that and look, like back to what Commissioner Hamilton was saying, right? Like, how do we look at the cost effectiveness of our program and can we show that and then compare that to other programs? I think that's probably going to happen in California at the local level or the county level, just because California is so big. I don't know if we had like 5 years, if we could ever get enough data to really dig into some of those, probably what I would call more meaningful outcomes. So I hope that's helpful.
No, it was. Thank you so much. And part of that is because I come from LA County. So if you look at those dots, I mean, it's crazy where I'm at. So, I mean, that's where my perspective comes from. So thank you so much, Sarah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Andrews.
Thanks. I was just reflecting on what everybody said. And so the first thing I want to do is just kind of echo Stacy. It's a lot about distribution of best practices and making sure that everybody gets that information, because I can't emphasize enough how poor the trickle down is of really, really good information. And then there's a need for an accountability for implementing those best practices. So a couple of years ago, we had the opportunity to meet with the governor's incoming staff, and the first thing I told the young lady who was kind of in charge of educational policy is it's not always about more money. It's about doing things differently with the money that we're given, but people will only do it differently if they're held accountable to doing it differently. So we're super driven by numbers in special ed, especially aggregate numbers. So for me, I'm a boots on the ground kind of person. I care about the individual kid sitting across from me in the 700 IEP meetings that I am in every year. And so your aggregate numbers are not as important to me as crafting a plan that's really uniquely driven by that kid's needs. So I need to just clarify that. So what the pressure becomes is our numbers need to stay, in general ed, 80% of our aggregate needs to be in there, whether that fits them or not. And it could fit them if there was an accountability to implementing the best practices to make sure that that's the appropriate placement for them. So I just need to be super clear on that. But because I think it's possible, and I do think it takes different training. So the other thing is I'm going to open a can of worms here that for people who've been on the council longer, a couple years ago, there was kind of a redo of the teaching credential. And there was a lot of controversy over the two branches, special ed and general ed. And special ed teachers were kind of given the burden to pick up more general ed expertise, so to speak. But the general ed branch was not given the burden to pick up the special ed expertise. The reason you're having so much pull-out instruction is because at some point, I can't reach everybody in the whole school to ensure that they're getting the skills they need. So I need to pull them out. And so if I can't partner with teachers who have expertise to really be a partner instead of hand off in the classroom, it's not going to happen. And if it happens in your aggregate numbers, you can't ensure that it's happening well unless you know that everybody is actually pulling their weight in that partnership. So I hope that doesn't sound too negative, but I just need to be real with you guys about that. If that's what you're looking for change, and I think Gloria is looking for change as a parent, and what is this going to do? More than just some numbers that we show to you in a PowerPoint, we want to know real change for Gloria's kid, when they're in an IEP meeting, and making sure that if her child is in a fully inclusive setting, that the teacher is prepared to meet the needs when I am no longer in the room, right? Unless you're prepared to put a Michelle in every one of those classrooms. And that's fine. And that is more money. So I'm just talking about that. And then the other question I have, and Sarah, do you want to have a chance to reflect on that? That was a lot of information that I just threw at you as the person presenting the report. Is there anything you wanted to say?
I'll just say thank you. And I hope we can always bring it back to that individual child, because I think it is those supports that move up, right? And it's interesting. I made a note on the credential. I think that's something that we know, right? Like the teacher is such a big factor in outcomes for kids and in inclusion, that when you have teachers who do it well, they do it well and they take more kids, right? When we've had focus group with teachers, they're willing to do that. So I think we need to figure that out. And I think you're right that the supports, I think that's like the piece we're trying to figure out is how do we recommend the state push that in, because it has to become about general education and a general education investment. My current theory of action is that the LCFS got us partway there, because in the LCAP, districts are held accountable for the performance of students with disabilities. And there's something that isn't working when we know that nearly every district who's eligible for differentiated assistant is eligible because of their lack of ability to support students with disabilities and meeting those targets, right? And so what we're not seeing is a big shift, right? If we were looking at that, like why is it that we're not seeing a shift toward general ed's professional development being all about supporting students with disabilities and how that helps you support every student in your class, right? And I think you're right. I think it's about how do we shift that accountability at the child level. And I hate to go back to this again, but Commissioner Jocham, we've been really talking about this as part of the IEP work group. How do we leverage the IEP and the IEP process to give general education teachers more ownership for describing the supports that they can provide and not just that special ed can provide in the general education classroom? And how do we bring them in more to be a part of the discussion about placement decisions. Like, put that on the general teacher. We've had a lot of discussions about that the piece of the law that says that it's the child's general education teacher that participates in the IEP meeting, and are we making sure that's happening, and what does that look like? So I wish I could tell you like we'd figured out the solution, Michelle, or Commissioner Andrus, but I think it is again empowering the closer to the kids we can get, right? If we can empower teacher teams at a grade level to have a Michelle that 3 teachers work with, and they trust you and they know you have their back and they're going to try new things and take new kids into their class, that's when we're going to see change. But that comes because of trust. It becomes because of professional development. And so I think we just have to figure out how to incentivize that. And maybe we can incentivize it. Maybe it really is just taking our hands off and empowering the people who are ready to do it.
Right. Or at some level, I mean, the second question is, how can the state create a system of change? You have to hold people accountable to changing. Otherwise, why would they? That's the reality, because it takes work, and change is always hard no matter who you are. So, and then we have to also differentiate between the elementary level and the middle school and high school level, which I'm going to lump those together. Just because you've got this rotation of classes and you have content expertise. My experience, having worked in both systems for, a decade in each, it's a different animal completely. And what's happening in elementary will not translate up to your middle and high school. And that's really where you see more resistance. I feel like I could get elementary school teachers to do almost anything. They're like such a flexible group of people because they're really whole child focused, just given the fact that they often have those kids for the majority of the day anyway. So just highlighting that as if we really want to see change, we have to just address those couple of realities. And I think we missed the boat on the recent teacher credential conversation. I'll just channel Barbara right now for that one. The last thing I wanted to bring up was a question on the data relating to other states, vis-a-vis California's the percentage of time in general ed. I just have some friends in other states, and you may be able to speak to this, and they say they have like kind of a variety of diplomas to pick from almost. It's not like this diploma is a general diploma or you get a certificate of completion. That's California's current status, right? And so that drives a lot of kids to be pulled into a special ed setting to ensure that they're getting as much individualized support as possible to get them through what can be kind of hairy requirements, especially in an A to G school. So I'm just curious if that was looked at in terms of determining how the different diploma options that might be available that are still in the general ed world might impact inclusion. Question? Possible?
I think that's great. I do want to say, Commissioner Andrus, one place where the aggregate data do back you up is the elementary, middle, high, because again, we see like a movement toward for more inclusion in the elementary school. If kids are identified early, that happens. If they're identified in middle or high school, they go into a more restrictive setting when they're identified later, and they don't ever move back into a less restrictive setting. So I think sometimes those aggregate data really show that. And so I think that's something we can make sure we point out in the data are those differences, and how can we learn from the elementary school and adopt that model. But I will say that anecdotally, we have heard, and there's another work group working on alternate pathways to diplomas right now, but we have heard that, and again, I think this goes to the credentialing question as well, that sometimes we're tracking students, right? That as soon as 7th or 8th grade, we're deciding if a child's going to be in that certificate track or a severe track in high school or a mild moderate. And it's concerning, again, when you have teachers talking about a blended program, and their blended program is that the severe kids get to come to the mild moderate class for part of the day, right? That we're a little behind on inclusion there, and maybe it's a step toward the right thing, but it would be nice to skip that and go right to the general ed class. So I think anecdotally we're hearing that. It's hard. I think it's just really hard to find policy drivers that change that, because it's hard to change from top down. But thank you. That's really helpful.
All right. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you, commissioners. We're a little bit over time, so I will pause commissioner comments and feedback right now, and we'll transition into public comments. And as we're transitioning it, actually, I'm going to pause. I didn't see any additional hands raised. So as we're transitioning into public comment, I will wrap up with my response to the last question in terms of the role of the state. I would highlight that the role of the state is consistent in the role the state has played in the past, most recently with LCFF, in terms of looking at the data, understanding where the challenges are, and then making bold decisions to move us forward, recognizing that we've had a number of studies around this topic in terms of governance and finance and other adjacent topics. And so the role of the state, I think, is recognizing the landscape that we're currently in, the lessons and the images that we cannot ignore from the pandemic in terms of access for student populations, the conditions that must be overcome just to get to school for some students or get online, and move us to a place that's consistent with all of the decisions we have been making around empowering local entities to meet the needs of their students. And I would take this opportunity to highlight that research has shown that increased funding isn't always a direct correlating factor to improved outcomes. Because if that was the case, we would see in our statewide data that outcomes for students with disabilities in the highest funded areas would look a lot different and be higher in terms of positive outcomes. That's not the case. And so as we continue this conversation, I would encourage us all as commissioners to think around our commitment to inclusive practices. The activities around inclusive practices have shown benefits for students with disabilities. We also need to prepare our students to be included post K-12. And so what work do we need to do to ensure that these students are prepared to be included in the workforce, in their community, to be able to, again, as Joe Xavier from Department of Rehab so eloquently put, earn a family sustaining wage. It's not enough to be able to earn minimum wage. We want our students with disabilities who will become adults with disabilities, like some of us on the commission, to be able to access all of the benefits and opportunities that those who the system was designed for so richly enjoy. So as we continue these conversations, and they're complex, and there are folks and people and lives involved, I want to remind us of our role to advise on a policy level how we can achieve the goals of inclusion, equity, transparency, and efficiency for our system as it relates to students with disabilities, as well as the leaders, educators, and community members who are contributing to improving the outcomes for those students. Sara and Ty, we want to thank you so much for your time and recognize that we will have future opportunities to hear updates and converse with you about this important work. With that, Michelle, are there any public comments?
Yes, we do have one caller. Caller, you may begin. We have 1 minute.
My name is Jonathan Pratt, an incoming 10th grade student from Wilmington, California. I am autistic and may have difficulty of the comment that I have prepared, so please have patience with me. I had technical difficulties and would like to comment on both items 1 and 2. I would like to comment on the update regarding the IEP working group. I am pleased to hear that the IEP will be a strengths-based and student-based document. I respectfully recommend that the working groups solicit input from students with special needs on the IEP. We depend on the support and services as outlined in the IEP. To be able to advocate for ourselves, we need to have a document that is easy to understand and that paints a clear picture of our strengths and our needs. I respectfully recommend the same for Special Education, Governance, and Accountability Advisory Group. Students with trade needs and whose parents do not have conservatorship rights must advocate for themselves and sign the IEP. Please hear us, and include us in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Are there additional public comments?
We have no other callers.
Before we close out this item, did anyone else feel like the 10th grade was like several lifetimes ago? As always, we want to thank our public who take the time to engage in the meeting and share their thoughts with us. With that, I again want to thank our partners from WestEd for the information and presentation this morning. Much more to come. With that, we want to transition to our next agenda item and thank Liz and Amber for their patience as we've run a little bit over time. It is budget time of year, and when we set this agenda item, we anticipated that we'd be able to gather some information and understand the status of the budget, and we will, but I think as many of us know, there are still lots of conversations taking place around this very important budget, and so some of the details that we were planning on touching on as a commission may not be ready for, and so I just wanted to share that caveat publicly as we go into this conversation. As I'm sure Liz and Amber will share, there's still much work that's taking place currently and will probably be taking place over the coming weeks. With that, Liz and Amber, thank you for being here. I yield the Zoom to you.
Great. Thank you so much for having us. I'm Amber Alexander with the Department of Finance, and as David mentioned, I also have Liz Mai here today to speak about the education package. You framed our presentation actually perfectly, David. We know when we had accepted the meeting about a month and a half ago, I think we had hoped that we would be at a place where we would be able to speak more definitively on, what was included in the budget and where we were at with the education package. I actually just came from budget negotiations and I'm going to budget negotiations after this presentation. So there's still very, very much that's up in the air in terms of negotiations and where we will ultimately land with the special education package. So with that, I'm going to turn it to Liz, and she'll speak fairly high level, just given the time and knowing that we don't yet know what is going to be in and out of the final deal, but at least we'll be able to provide some broad framing and an update on kind of where we're at. So take it away, Liz.
All right. I feel like I'm copying off of Amber and David's homework right now because, once again, it's a very strange time in the budget, and I unfortunately can't share a final package with everyone. But I was planning on sharing the governor's May revise, understanding that some of these proposals do align with the legislature's package, and also that many things are still subject to the negotiations that we are coming from and going to after this presentation. So our Proposition 98 proposal was largely unchanged from January, and that was our $300 million towards the Special Education Early Intervention Grant. The main additions in May were to the IDEA funds. So this includes additional funds to the Supporting Inclusive Practices Grant, as well as one-time funding for IEP technical assistance to help districts address IEPs in the aftermath of COVID-19. We've also included additional staff and funds to the department for monitoring activities, complaint caseloads, and to help with Part C to B transitions. That's really all I can share for now. It was very brief, but I'm happy to answer any questions about the May revise that I can.
Commissioners wishing to make comment or ask questions on the budget overview as it stands now, I'd ask you to please start raising your electronic hands to get in the queue. As the commissioners are lining up or not lining up to ask questions and make comment, I would take this opportunity just to again, highlight and appreciate the administration's commitment to special education, and as evidenced by the historic investments into special education and the focus on early intervention and supporting inclusive practices, looking at the amounts that are being devoted to those particular initiatives demonstrates all of the conversations that we have been having, as well as a recognition of where we can invest to support the change that we are all seeking in terms of our numbers related to least restrictive environment. As WestEd highlighted, California has some progress that we want to make in that area, and so wanted to highlight and express our appreciation to the administration for those investments and the continued focus on special education. So not seeing any hands raised. Last call for comments or reaction. All right, so we will move into public comment related to this budget item.
We do have one caller. Caller, you may begin. Caller ending in 7525, you may begin.
It appears we may not have an audio connection with the caller. Caller, if you can hear us, we would ask you to try to reconnect. And if you're able to reconnect at a later agenda item or at the end of the meeting when we have general public comments, we would certainly want to make an effort to hear your perspective during that time. Are there any additional public comments?
We have no others.
So Amber and Liz, I want to thank you for your presentation. And I think as my old classmates would tell everyone, if you copy off of David's paper, the answer is going to be pretty short. So I want to thank you for updating us on the May revise and your continued work in negotiations. I'm sure we will see you again.
Thank you so much for having us. You'll definitely find out more details, it sounds like, in the next coming week. So, happy to join maybe at the next meeting to provide a more comprehensive overview if that would be helpful.
Thank you. So, commissioners, as we get into agenda building, I just plant the seed for us to, as we're thinking around our August agenda, keep that in mind. And so, scanning ahead to our agenda for the remainder of the day. We are still ahead of time, and so lunch was slated to begin at 12:30, giving us a 20-minute cushion. And so we have the opportunity to move potentially an item up and address that in our 20 minutes before lunch and tick off an agenda item. I might make the suggestion that we move up commissioner updates to hear any updates from commissioners. That was slated for item 9 at 3:45. We could move that item up very cleanly to this time slot and make up some additional time on the back end. Or we could have an extended lunch. So I've shared the thought of commissioner reports and so I just want to pause and see any input from fellow commissioners in terms of how we adjust our agenda right now.
David, I like the idea of moving the reports up.
Okay.
I second it.
I'm seeing lots of consensus with head nods and thumbs up. So we will, with that discussion, move item 9, commissioner updates, to the current time slot. So this is an opportunity for commissioners to share activities that they may have been engaged in representing the commission between our last meeting and this meeting, or to provide updates from committee conversations that may have relevant connection to the commission. And so I would ask any commissioner who would like to report, if you please raise your digital hand, we will get you in the queue. I'm hoping someone will raise their hand to give me a few seconds to compose my commissioner report. I was going to do that at lunch. So, Janine, see your hand in the queue.
Okay, there you go. So I just wanted to also just mention about the IEP, because I know I reported earlier, sorry about that, but IEP work group, that there will be a survey that they're going to send out as well. So keep an eye out on that regarding the IEP template. So that's part of the IEP template work group. And then the People Personnel Coalition, where all the school-based mental health providers who hold the People Personnel credential meet. They're Actually, they're working on a lot of the bills that are out there right now, because there's a lot of mental health bills, and how we could work with, within ourselves, within the school system, and also with our community partners based on that. But they're meeting with, I believe, somebody from the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative tomorrow on Friday, so they could get more information about that and how they could include more service providers, school-based, as opposed to just including the school counselors in that sense. So they could just all work together again, with integrated services with our community partners. And then for the CDE's assessment stakeholders group, they had one last month, the meeting, and it was shorter than usual because it was towards the end of the school year. But the thought was that the schools provided, they did their assessments based on their recommendation. And I know some stakeholders were talking about also, before the scores go out, make sure that you talk to your parents and what that looks like, instead of just sending it home and then they could just go ahead and interpret all that information without really understanding. And then just, it just creates more chaos in that sense. So they did provide some tools, and they also provided tools for teachers, formative assessment resources at your fingertips, which is accessible through their website. And it's just a good resource for them just to, send that information out as well about how to collaborate, parents and teachers, on helping the instructional loss of students as they move forward. And that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner DePaulin. Not seeing any other digital hands raised for Commissioner reports. I will share some of the activities that I've been involved in since the last Commission meeting. We had a few planning meetings for the Commission meeting that we're participating in today, and so wanted to acknowledge our CDE teammates for their time in developing the agenda and logistics. Additionally, participated in meetings related to a later agenda item connected to the Goal Award, and have some additional information regarding the Goal Award that we'll be sharing in a recommendation in terms of funding amounts going forward. Additionally, we're preparing for the annual report. In operations and planning this morning, we discussed the upcoming annual report, which is one of our core responsibilities by statute, and it's an opportunity for us to advise our appointing bodies on matters of great importance. This year, in considering the development of the annual report, I've looked through the areas that we are required to advise on, and the three that I would encourage us to highlight in the annual report are advising our appointing bodies on the unmet needs of students with disabilities, advising on proposed rules and regulations, and advising on any policies related to the coordination of services. And so when you consider the conversations that we have been having as a commission this year, for example, the conversation we just had with Sara and Ty regarding the special education governance and accountability, as well as the finance study, as well as the alternative pathways and IEP work group, our annual report is an opportunity for us not to simply report out on the work that's been done, but to advise on our perspective within our platform around equity and access related to those matters. And so some of the items that will be included in the annual report are the studies and work groups that I've just mentioned. We discussed the highlighting activities that have taken place within the statewide system of support. The Mental Health Committee has highlighted the opportunity to provide advice around all of the various conversations that are happening with mental health right now in the state, as well as a focus on how we can better align these resources and find the right levers around the funding and services being provided. Additionally, we touched on disproportionality, items related to assessment. We'll be working with our partners from CDE, as well as Mary Grady, who has provided support to the Commission for a number of years to complete this document, and soliciting input from commissioners in the development of the annual report. And so Dawn has already graciously volunteered her time to some degree to help with this process, as well as obviously Vice Chair Hayes White and Commissioners Estes and Topolon as the leads of the Mental Health Committee. And so when we think around the other topics, specifically the studies and work groups, as well as highlighting items from the system of support, I would ask commissioners to please start thinking of areas of potential interest where you might be able to contribute. We'll be emailing out a timeline to make sure everyone understands when initial drafts are due so that we can have this report be shaped in time for our August meeting. And I guess I should emphasize this will all be done without violating Bagley-Keene and any of the other requirements for public meetings. So, additionally, the last item before we transition to Commissioner Lopez, and I'm happy we had this opportunity to share our commissioner reports before our elections. Some of you may have noticed that my name was not included in the self-nomination process for our officers. And as I've shared at a previous meeting, I had a change in my professional life that has limited the amount of time that I'm spending in special ed. It used to be 137%. And now it's a lot less. And I think it's important that as we as commissioners and our different perspectives are certainly able to share. But I felt personally that the leadership should be someone who is able to connect their daily work and focus, whether professional or parent, with leading of the commission right now. And I think it's an appropriate time post-pandemic to have an opportunity for us to solidify our leadership going forward. So I just wanted to say that to you as commissioners. It has been the opportunity of a lifetime, which I will always remember. And in the annual report, the chair has an opportunity to write the 2 message points in terms of reflecting on the previous year, as well as looking forward. And so as I wrap up my chair of the commission, I will just remind everyone I started my chair by highlighting my connection and to ancestors who were slaves. And so being the first Black man who also is an individual with disabilities and grew up in a difficult environment and experienced some homelessness, I'll be using this opportunity to communicate on behalf of the student group who typically does not have the access or platform to address the 5 appointing bodies. And so as you are writing or contributing, I would also ask you to recognize components of your identity as commissioners that don't fit neatly into one box. Because our role as commissioners is to advocate based on our perspectives, and that includes whether we are immigrants to the United States, whether we're second language learners, whether we're individuals or adults with disabilities, parents with disabilities. And so I would encourage us all to not separate and silo our perspectives and include them all, because our students, their lives aren't siloed or categorized. And so as we're advising, I want to encourage us to speak as complete individual people as well. So with that, I will transition to Commissioner Lopez, who would also like to report
out. Thank you, David, and sorry for the late hand. I was looking for the button, and apologize for the in and out of my video, because my daughter did have major surgery, completely wired shut jaw for 8 weeks. Has been more of a challenge than I could ever imagine. So I'm sure it's much more difficult for her. I just wanted to, just comment on the interview that we had, that most of the commissioners, I hope, had the opportunity to see on Isabella, and a little bit on me, but it was really about her. And I felt it was important to kind of share a little with the commission about that interview. It was Channel 5. Those who haven't seen it, I hope you can see it, because I've gotten a lot of communication, and some legislators that want to make Isabella a Woman of the Year. And I think what it represents is pretty significant. Isabella's 18, and she made the cheer varsity team for her school district on her own accord, and it was a big deal. First Down syndrome gal with autism to make the cheer team, and has worked really hard for that. Michelle Geely happened to see her when my husband was doing an interview somewhere else and inquired and sent someone over to meet with us, and it was quite a long interview. And so, they were interested in Bella's inclusion in school and the general ed and her journey and how difficult that has been. And so I kind of explained to them on the fact that many of our kids are not afforded their diploma. And the person that was interviewing was who happens to have a special needs child, also understood this and was really quite shocked on some of the obstacles that the journey that we have having kids with special needs. So a lot of this was off the record, but I shared a lot about the commission and what we're doing and what you all are doing. I still feel fairly new and learning and sitting back and learning a lot. And I just wanted you to all know that I wasn't speaking officially on the commission, but they were very interested to know that there's this commission and what we're all doing to contribute to helping our kids all kids to be included in the general ed classroom and out there representing our schools, because it has not been an easy journey on my side for Isabella becoming a cheerleader and wanting to cheer and being good at it and support her school. But there was a lot of pushback for even being able to try out. And so there was a lot of great information about the commission that I shared. It was, again, 3 to 4 hours, and they really got a lot of information. And so I just wanted to share that. And thank you for everything. And David, you've been my role model from day one, sitting right next to me as I'm putting little notes next to you, looking at what acronyms, some of the acronyms mean. So thank you for everything. You've been wonderful.
Thank you. And looking forward to transitioning back to the seat on the far right next to the window in the boardroom. Just putting in a request if we can do that.
Next to me, hopefully.
Absolutely. So with that, commissioners, I will officially transition us to lunch. The next item, item 4, will begin promptly at 1 o'clock. So I'll ask all commissioners to be back at 12:58, just to make sure our video cameras and audio are good to go for the next portion of the meeting. And we'll be hearing some voices from the field regarding best practices from administrators who have been at the front of the efforts to reopen school, as well as continue servicing students throughout the pandemic. So lots to look forward to beginning promptly at 1 o'clock. Everyone, please enjoy your lunch. And as a reminder, please mute your microphones. I hope you had an enjoyable hiatus from the meeting. We want to resume our meeting. But before we move on to item 4, hearing from some of our partners from the field, at the conclusion of item 3, or our commission reports, we did not pause for public comment. While it's not the time to point fingers, it's completely my fault. I want to take an opportunity to allow for some public comment related to the commissioner sharing out before we move into this item. So Michelle, if I could ask you to post the slide for members of the public wishing to make comments or respond to the commissioner report that we moved up in the agenda right before lunch. Michelle, were there any public commenters already in the queue before we went to lunch?
No, there were none.
So again, members of the public who would like to make public comments related to our last agenda item, the reporting out of commissioners, we'd ask you to please dial in now. We will hold for a few moments to see if a queue develops. If not, I would ask public comment, if we miss that opportunity, that you would please try again at the conclusion of the meeting when we have general public comment for any of these items. Michelle, any public comments?
There is none.
Okay. With that, we will assume that there were no public comments for the last agenda item, and we'll move into item 4, Voices from the Field. And we're very pleased to have a panel of leaders who've been on the front lines during the past month, responding to the results of the pandemic. And so we're pleased to have Aaron Benton, the director of the Butte County SELPA, who will be facilitating. Also, Dr. Arvin Garcia, the Director of Special Education for the Centralia Elementary School District, Jeannie Maywald, the Director of the Napa County SELPA, and Dr. Sue Singh, Executive Officer of the Orange Unified SELPA, and Paul Dilbeck, the Executive Director of the Sierra Sand SELPA. And so thank you all for being here, and thank you all for working together, even though you're vastly or wildly in wildly different places in the state. It really connects to one of our previous presentation of connections and the network of educators that are in place in California. So thank you for your partnership in this presentation. I yield the Zoom to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Toston. I hope you can hear me. Can you see the PowerPoint on the screen?
Yes, we can see and hear you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, there's something wrong with my connection. So I put the link to the presentation in the chat just in case I lose you. But maybe I can designate, maybe Sue, you can maybe project it if I drop off for some reason, okay? But I want to thank Commissioner Estes for reaching out and kind of asking for this type of presentation and really being curious about what's going on in the area of reopening schools. And we were able to just send out the word across the field and get some folks to volunteer to be here today to share their own experiences. So we're just going to go in order. They're well prepared to talk about their experiences, so I'm not going to waste any more of your time. They've already been introduced. So Dr. Arvin Garcia from Centralia Elementary School District, Director of Special Education, take it away.
All right, can everyone hear me? I also have a bit of an odd connection. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, ACSE Commission members, our state reps, fellow educators, parents, and students. I'm Dr. Arvin Garcia, and I am the proud Director of Special Education for the Centralia Elementary School District. We can go to the next slide. All right. Should I be clicking? Okay, there we go. I really am honored to be able to share with you a few of all of the highlights of how our district really imagined its work to support scholars. Of course, under the direction of our Superintendent, Norma Martinez, and also with the support of our Board of Trustees, all of our cabinet members, our fearless administrators, and the dedication of our certificated and classified staff. As for many of you, it was a collaborative effort with all of our departments working together: transportation, business, food services, of course, education services, human resources. So it was quite a daunting task for all of us, as I'm sure you guys can all relate with that as well. We can go to the next slide. This next slide shows a bit of a visual of our journey. Like I said earlier, probably very similar to what many of you experienced. We shut down what seems to be a very long time ago. It was on March 13th. And we spent a lot of the summer in planning, in developing a rigorous program in distance learning. When guidance allowed for us to consider a return to in-person instruction, we offered parents 3 different instructional programs, which I'll explain a little bit later. But our special education students in particular were offered the opportunity to return to in-person instruction 5 days, and our students returned in September, on September 28th. Those parents who elected to return, we offered that option. A week later, our general education students returned to a hybrid model, and we used that period of time to kind of help us with fine-tuning the work with our students. Of course, winter break came along. We decided that we would remain closed an extra week and offer distance learning at that time. And we've been open for instruction and providing those options to our parents since September, and then, of course, returning to in-person after winter break in February. None of this was easy. It took a very collaborative effort with our associations, our teachers, and, of course, our administrators working together. I think the biggest takeaway for us was ensuring trust in our communities and, ensuring safety for all of our staff, our students. And we couldn't have done it without those collaborative efforts in our district. We can go to the next slide. So really important for us was reconnecting with students and families, as I mentioned, building trust that we have a very safe program and that we would be able to support our students upon their return. Of course, we had safety protocols put in place. Every classroom received air filters. We had built-in hand sanitizer stations. All of our students were protected with these plexiglass barriers. Our special education SDC classes in particular were smaller in size, so we were able to allow for them to come back on campus 5 days without causing a major shift as some of our general education partners had to experience with smaller class sizes. Of course, the gamut of all PPE, face masks, face shields, all of that was really important for us to consider and ensure. But the path certainly was not easy. It was more like a windy path. Lots of pivoting along the way. All of our students received technology, Chromebooks in particular, and then of course offering hotspots for our families who did not have access to wireless networks from their homes. As I mentioned, we created 3 different instructional programs and offered those options to our families. For our special education students, we offered the 5-day-a-week in-person program, and as I mentioned, the hybrid. Our third program was what we call the CVALT program, which is the Centralia Virtual Alternative Program. It was more of an independent, family-centered option. Students were provided with a certificated teacher, but most of the work depended a lot on the support of a family, right, of being at home. For any special education students where a parent wanted to propose that option of CVALT, we requested that an IEP meeting be held so that we could determine if or not that would be the most appropriate option to meet the students' unique needs. But we did require that to happen for any student where CVALT was considered. Of course, in this work, we couldn't do it without the collaboration, perseverance, and commitment of all of our team members, and really planning with the student and staff in mind. In a time where we had to shift so quickly into distance learning, it made it difficult instructionally. And so our focus really was to provide teachers and families with those supports. So there was a large investment in technology, in resources available online. So for our special education staff, it was investing in reading mastery, investing in corrective reading, investing in Read Naturally Live, those programs that could be accessed And of course, for all of our student bodies, we invested in iReady as a data tool for instruction. And that was really important. Of course, we had Google Classroom and Seesaw, and we used Class Dojo to really build those connections with our families. And that was really important for us. Of course, we had the support of our board members, who you see in the pictures here. And as we return to in-person instruction, it was really important for us to hone in on the mental health needs of our students who had been at home, right, 7 or 8 months prior to this. How do we encourage their engagement? How do we get them back on campus in a safe way? Considering also some of the trauma that some of our students may have been exposed to. So there was a great investment in our district in social workers, in school psychologists, and the work that they do to support SEL instruction. One of the things that we developed here was a program that we called Kids Connect, which is an engagement program that we focus on students developing positive relationships with each other. And that was a very, very successful program that we implemented with the work of our psychologists as well as our social workers. And then, of course, our parent leadership academies, our connections with our families is of the utmost importance for us. And building capacity in our communities is really also a priority. So we purchased the 10 educational commandments for parents curriculum. And we utilized these, of course, in the distance learning world, in the virtual world, as one of our success stories. Graduation was pretty amazing for our families, as we were able to actually come back to in-person activities, social distancing, face masks, all that. For some of our parents, it was the first time that they had ever stepped on a campus in over a year. And making it very special for our families was really, how do I say this? It was really a very powerful moment for many of us in engaging our families. We can go to the next slide. As many of you may have done as well, we created a school reopening and safety plan that served as our guide. Of course, as guidance changed from the state and recommendations from our healthcare agencies, this was updated as well. And this was a general school reopening and safety plan, but embedded within it was the work to support our special education students. I want to say in July, we had over 60 assessments that had to be completed because they were overdue or were pending. And so how do we support our psychologists, our school teams, our case managers to come back on campus and do it in a safe way, and then also prioritize the assessments that were pending? So we developed these in-person protocols, QR codes for families and students to check in, do temperature checks, symptom screening processes. All were very important. We invested in providing our staff with testing materials, so to reduce the need for sharing of materials. And of course, the sanitizing process at the end of the day to ensure our classrooms were safe for the return on the next day. One of the highlights for us also was being able to provide transportation to some of our families in need of that. And so, of course, all in line with safety protocols, there was, social distancing on the bus, making sure students were wearing their masks. Sorry. Next slide, please. I do want to highlight one program in our district among all of our amazing programs. At the Centralia Elementary School District, we do house the Regional Deaf and Hard of Hearing program that serves multiple communities in Orange County, serving our students who are deaf and hard of hearing or have hearing loss. What our school, what Raymond Temple really did to engage our families, I think is something to be showcased. And so I want to share a little bit about the work that our team there did. For many months, it was all online. So you can imagine the challenges for our students in accessing language, right? Something so critical for our students. And, you know, you see our teachers, one of our teachers here being very engaged in that process. But we do have a total communication program at our school. Upon our return in September, of course, we had students who wanted to stay home. We did a synchronous program here where we had a classroom Chromebook that represented the student who was sitting at home. And the student really sitting at home was able to engage in synchronous instruction. If the class was doing small group instruction, the laptop would be moved. And it was really fascinating to me to be able to visit the classes and see, you know, the number of computers sitting at empty chairs with the student's face coming through. And it really was about providing those opportunities for our students to participate with their peers. And that was pretty incredible. At Raymond Temple, our students are not in a class, you know, on the other side of campus. They're really incorporated into the culture of the school, which I think is something very important to celebrate. They do Deaf Awareness Week. Our parents have access to ASL classes, all of which happened virtually, so that they can learn how to sign with their students. Raymond Temple also does an incredible job, like I said, of incorporating the deaf culture as part of the school culture. And such a big part of that is the engagement of the general education and special education classrooms. Things like a program they name ASL Rocks. We have like an elective wheel. They participate in STEM activities. One of those elective wheels is ASL Rocks. And so every student on campus gets to participate in an elective on learning sign. The principal does a morning message every day where there's a deaf student and a hearing peer who does this daily. I mean, it's pretty amazing. And I'm very proud at the work they do in a time like it is now, right? It's so critical to engage with our communities and our students. And it is an exemplary program. I know I have a few more minutes, so we'll go ahead to the next slide. Supports and services were also really important. So students had access to their speech and language, to their OT, to their PT counseling. I mentioned assessments earlier. And it really, it was very important for us to have the technology available and finding creative ways to support our students with disabilities. We had these monitors in classes. We had access to technology. We brought the technology in. Really amazing things. So next slide, please. Lastly, our year has come to an end. Our students, all of our students were offered two options. Of course, the first is the Summer Learning Academy for our general education students, and then our extended school year, which we invite our students with disabilities who have ESY on their IEP. We're with a group of folks who know what that is. We'll go to the next slide. For our Summer Learning Academy, we've targeted students at 3 schools. I'm sorry, let me backtrack. There's 1,200 students who participate in the Summer Learning Academy from our 8 elementary schools, and we're housing this program at 3 of our schools. As I mentioned earlier, there's iReady, which our teachers are using to monitor students' academic progress. Or the Orange County Department of Education developed these FLIP modules, flexible literacy modules, which they made accessible to our schools. They were lessons that are rigorous and based on standards. And so our general education teachers are utilizing those tools. And of course, SEL is really important. We've partnered with some community members to do virtual field trips, assemblies, and so really to make it an engaging opportunity for our students. And lastly, I want to speak about our ESY because it's super important. We every year we do a theme. This year happens to be a learning adventure. We're going on safari every day. We do a morning message, and we're grateful for the support of our ASL interpreters. Again, accessibility. We share these links with our families, and it just has been a real positive experience. Our students that attend ESY, they're focusing more on their instruction at their level, all guided by their IEP. Next slide. I think that's it. I really thank everyone for this opportunity to present and showcase our wonderful, small but mighty district. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Dr. Garcia. That was wonderful. Our next presentation is from Jenny Maywald from Napa County, SELPA director there, and hers is a recorded presentation.
I'm Jenny Maywald with Napa County SELPA and Napa County Office of Education. I'm pleased to be part of this panel to provide some support and tips in planning and practice for recovery and reopening. We have lots of plans in Napa. We have plans for evacuation, for food, and for water, and for
Just want to point out we lost sound, it appears.
Yeah, it does. And good afternoon, Mrs.
Your
Tuesday, everybody.
county
It looks like it's been
have to be well prepared to execute plans. You can put together the best athlete on a soccer field, for example, but if those top athletes haven't practiced together, don't trust each other, don't know each other's vulnerabilities and superpowers, you might as well bring in the Sandlot team that's played together forever and knows each other well, because that will be the better team. So I know a lot of you know about community practice. That's nothing new. But we do a certain recipe with our community of practice. We have many of them going on at once. And whenever we have a challenge, we need a community of practice around that. Who are facilitators and who's our team? Because community of practice really distills to unity of practice. And the process we go through, sort of the recipe we have, starts with really understanding people's concerns, questions, and as we work through this recursive process, making sure we hit all of those. There's actually 3 chunks to our community of practice, and I'm going to speak about 2 of the community of practices that I'm involved in and how we work from the community practice into unity of practice. So the first one that I facilitate is our special education community of practice. We all know that special educators, we need to keep those people. Those people are precious to us. And their fears, their grief, their anger, all of that needs space. When people are able to voice all of that, bring it to facilitators who are adept at really bringing forward collaborative attitudes, shared responsibility, do some strategic planning, and also know how to facilitate escalations in anger and how to bring those in the group to unity. And as I said, that takes really skilled facilitation to do that. Last week, we simply went through that piece with one question, and the question was, what are you most proud of for pulling yourself through this year? And we went around, and what we learned about each other was deep and thoughtful, and it helped us learn from each other the disasters, the tragedies, the recovery, and what they learned about themselves and what they learned about their practice. The other community of practice that I'm involved in is our social emotional learning team. That involves all of our LEAs in Napa County, and we follow the same recipe that I spoke of, and each presentation is a different LEA, and all of us giving feedback to their social emotional learning plans and programs. Then we bring in all of our agencies, our supporting agencies, and we do the whole community of practice with everybody. And again, we distill that through our special recipe all the way down to unity of practice, so that everybody in the end has felt that they've been heard, that there has been space for them, and that in the end we're able to work and practice together in such a way that we execute with higher fidelity. So the other piece I wanted to share with regard to professional development is cascade learning. This past year we had by the name of Dr. Dan Peters join us, and he did a cascade of working with our therapists, then working with our educators, then working with our parents. The same presenter gave the same message adjusted for each audience. And a lot of times the parents wanted to hear what the educators were hearing, the educators wanted to hear what the therapists were hearing, but everybody was getting the same information. And the topics were therapy during a pandemic, teaching during a pandemic, and parenting during a pandemic. So once again, we had unity in practice with all of our constituents. And finally, what's been key is also our messaging. You know, we want all of our people to be owners. Everybody during a fire, during a pandemic, during evacuation, during making up pop-up schools, because we've learned in Napa we have to be portable. Schooling happens in different places in different ways now. So how do we all find sort of the spirit together? And that's through some of our continual messaging. This year our theme was Be the One. And we use it throughout all of our committees, throughout all of our planning, our focus groups, our communities of practice, and our celebrations. And what you're going to see now is how that messaging manifested in our students and with our parents.
Be the one to pick others up when they fall. Be the one who is kind to all. Be the one who inspires others like their brothers. Be the one who kind deeds, especially those in need. Be the one who stands tall with their friends at home. Be the one who goes the extra mile, make others smile. Be the one who treats others the way you want to be treated in all your efforts.
Congratulations to all the nominees, and especially to the recipients. I want to say that inclusion matters. Leadership skills, how to work with others that think differently than you, empathy, all of these are what inclusion gives to all students. And these are skills that matter in work and life. Our challenge to you is that as you think about next school year, as we return all together full time, is to think about how can you be inclusive? How can you
Thank you so much, Ginny. Ginny's on the call. She'll be able to take any questions afterward as well. And we're going to move on now to Dr. Singh from Orange Unified SELPA.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Aaron, and distinguished commissioners. Honored to be here today. Like Aaron said, Sue Singh representing Orange Unified SELPA. And my brief presentation today will focus on our journey of hope and common orientation with three key stakeholders, our students, staff, and families, as we collectively dealt with a colossal disruption on our educational system. Next slide, please, Aaron. Thank you. So we wanted to bring you a flavor of the classroom action from the field, some positive possibilities, which kind of rises above the depth of the crisis that we all face. So, Aaron, if you could play the slide.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was it playing? It wasn't playing?
Yes, it was. It's.
So am I moving forward to the next slide then?
No. Sorry. If you could just play the video. That would be
sorry,
great.
I messed that up.
We'll go to the next slide. Thank you. So this is good. So Ginny has spoken about the role of SELPA in providing that level of support and renewal during the crisis. And likewise, for the 2021 school year, our SELPA welcomed all students with disabilities back to campus following a very deliberate stepping stones approach, which began last summer when we started proceeding with deferred and current assessments, providing related services, opening specialized programs, reacclimating, reassuring our families as we fully opened our schools for all students in person in fall of 2020. I think it's critically important to highlight, as has been previously Dr. Garcia reflected this as well, that this comprehensive implementation plan involves the commitment, support, and cross-agency collaboration from local healthcare officers, county offices of education, and numerous local stakeholders. So we'll go to the next slide, please. So with the normalcy that was challenged by the pandemic, our SELPA invested heavily in staff capacity building so that our teams could handle both the task along with the trauma of the situation. Tapping into the repository of goodwill with our bargaining unit members, a dynamic response system of staff support was created. And on your screen are a few examples of the support, such as teacher resource websites, digital resource binders, engaging lesson plan repositories, open house sessions. Additionally, our curricular supports evolved in response to the emerging needs from our students and included several additions like virtual job shadowing, Zello for college and career readiness, expanded learning tools like BrainPop, IXL, providing 24/7 tutoring supports for our students, web-based social emotional supports like Nearpod. And these additions will certainly be continued as best practices moving forward. But alongside all the sampling of evolving interventions and supports, I do want to highlight that our commitment to inclusive schooling remained as strong as ever. Our staff, general ed and special ed, embraced live streaming to ensure geographically neutral instructional options for our students. Our SELPA assisted teachers with designing inclusive schooling schedules, which in essence became an art form, despite the varied instructional options made available for families. And I think at this point, when we take a step back after last school year has ended, it is truly cathartic to reflect that while emotions like fear, shock, grief, anger were being battled across the nation, across the world, so to say, several SELPAs like ours continue to diligently and unassumingly battle this instability with grit for the sake of our students. Next slide, please. So we knew that our parents and instructional aides alongside us were responding to the many disruptions and challenges and were emotionally and physically stretched. So investing in the healing process and communication quickly became our survival oxygen, so to say. Parent outreach plans, parent resource websites, instructional aid training websites, weekday and Saturday wellness sessions were launched, along with providing services of the autism specialist, BCBA, psychologists through the SELPA to support not only the health and safety of our staff and families, but also to ensure their psychological well-being. Additionally, I think intentional, regular, and interactive communication using a variety of channels like surveys, press releases, town halls, phone calls, community drives has never been more at play than during the critical time that we're all coming out of. Next slide, please. So the chaos and emotional intensity necessitated enhanced services to address the wellness needs of our stakeholders in almost extraordinary ways. A wide array of community resources and partnerships were integrated with local hospitals, community organizations, wraparound agencies, after-school organizations to weave in support systems for our students and families. Unfortunately, more intense needs are continuing to come forth, and individualized coping and safety plans for issues such as substance abuse, anxiety, depression, grief, loss, trauma, and other related instabilities are being addressed intricately through the web of resources that has been established. Next slide, please. So, on this slide, I think it's important to address a positive outshoot out of the harshness and turbulence of the crisis was educators being more intentional about appreciating a people-centered, nurturing, and uplifting approach. We wanted to bring you a couple examples from the field where we actively pursue inspirational and motivational vectors, celebrating the many accomplishments of our students and staff. The SPED Spotlights to honor the work of our exceptional educators, and the very special Artist Festival event where we encourage creative outlets for our students. This is so important, where you're using and celebrating the arts and disabilities. This year's theme, rightfully so, was Be Brave, Be Kind, and Be You. Next slide, please. So at this point, we're truly embracing the renewal phase as we return to normal operations in our SELPA with both optimism and confidence. The Summer of Innovation is underway. Day 2 of summer programming with umpteen opportunities for students, both the core as well as enrichment, wellness, and supplemental instruction. I do want to take a moment to share with you how we started last school year. We started the last year by being real with our staff and sharing the potato, egg, and coffee bean parable as we faced this tug of war between adversity and perseverance. And very much like the story that I'm sure you all are familiar with, we faced some situations where, like the potato, we went in strong, hard, unrelenting, yet we found ourselves soft and weak against the many stressors. Then there were those days where, like the egg, the challenges of live streaming, masking, social distancing, and the barrage of questions and concerns from a myriad of stakeholders turned our usually positive outer shell somewhat hard to protect ourselves from everything coming at us from multiple directions. But I think the most important thing is that just like the uniqueness of the coffee bean and boiling water, Our passion and commitment for students has turned adversity into something new and totally incredible. So thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, Sue, for that. And thank you for that last image. I had not heard that, so I'm glad you elaborated. And our next presenter is Paul Delvick from Sierra Sands. Paul, take it away.
Hi, thank you for having me. It's an honor to present in front of this distinguished commissioners. I'm Paul Delvick. I'm was brand new, but this year's a fairly large DELPA director and special ed director. And so this has been a, Sierra Sands is you may have heard of the town Ridgecrest. And July 4th, 2019, we had a large earthquake here that shut down some of our schools right before we started. And now this year, obviously, we had a very different year. So for us, I just want to kind of go through how we got through it, how we worked through it as a team. And we are what we call a small and sparse DELPA. Are you guys able to hear me okay? Okay. So our closest districts to us in Kern County are maybe 74 miles away. So being a new director, resources and everything we had to do had to come internally. And some of that I drew on being an athletic director and a long-time coach to get our team together. Those were some of the things that our team needed. Our superintendent, Dr. Dave Ashdash, and I walked us through. And we talked about our committee planning priorities. You can do one, Aaron. That first.
You sure? Okay. Sorry.
We started. We're good. It's kind of the fun-like thing. We did start off with what our district priorities were. Those were our school district priorities. We took them there. And this is July when I started. At first, we were going to be open for in-person, and then we pivoted July 17th to virtual distance learning. And started the year off, we created committees. And here were kind of our priorities when we started. Maintain the health and safety of students, staff, and our community. That was number one. Have a tiered approach to reopening in person. Obviously, following all California Department of Public Health guidelines. And then we wanted to offer quality education to all students, regardless of the methods, whether it was in person, virtual, hybrid. We wanted to make sure that we can offer that being a smaller district. We wanted to provide a whole school wellness approach, everything from social emotional support for our students, but for our staff as well. We had bi-weekly happy hours where we can have a virtual happy hour and connect with people because we know how hard it was. And we needed to respond to the needs of our shared, unique, diverse cultures that we have in Sierra Sands. We are on China Lake Naval Air Weapons Base Station. We are located by Death Valley. It's 115 here today. It's a desert community. So it's a little unique. So those were some of the things that we had to respond to. And I just want to touch on the next one, fiscal accountability and union buy-in. For fiscal accountability, we wanted to make sure what we used our funds for were long-term beneficial projects that benefited the community. For one thing, we had our chief technology officer had the wherewithal back in October to start the process of creating our own private LTE network. Because we have 5,200 students all spread out through the desert communities. I'm proud to say we're going to start servicing kids on our own private LTE network starting August when we get back in school, so all kids will have connectivity, which is huge. We had a lot of projects like that are going to long-term beneficial to the school district as far as software that we bought, a lot of different food service programs that we got. So a lot of these monies are not only helped us during COVID, but the long-term of our district going forward. And the final thing was union buy-in. How we got that is making our unions part of the process, listening to them, picking them in, making them part of the team. That was huge for us. So go ahead, Aaron, if you want to go to the next one. This was the word for the year for me, pivoting, right? We had a few, we opened up. It took us a while. But for us, we thought it was great. We opened in November, and when we had tier one, we opened our preschool. They had an A-B schedule. They came either 3 days a week or 2 days a week. Our elementary, moderate severe classrooms were 4 days a week, 4 hours a day. This is in November. Our adult transition program started 4 days a week, 4 hours a day. We were the only ones on campus. There was a few sports teams, so this was it was a difficult process. With community buy-in, we got it going. Our tier 2 is our secondary mod severe classes. Select elementary mod severe classrooms 4 days a week. And we had that Friday as a distance learning day. And as Dr. Garcia, I think, spoke, we did the week after Thanksgiving was very difficult for us. There was a lot of transmission, so we never closed a class. We pivoted to distance learning. We made the decision to pivot all our classes after New Year's to distance learning, and that worked out well because a lot of our transmissions that happened were staff, not students. So we didn't have to really close any classes. We just pivoted. And then in April, all our moderate, severe, and RSP classrooms opened, and then all our general ed classrooms opened 5 days a week. And that was 2.5 hours with an A session and a B session twice a day. So you see the pivot up there, and that's one of my favorite basketball players who passed away. But I felt like I would never feel like I'm Kobe Bryant, but as an old coach, anyone knows plays basketball, you pivot, right? And that's what Kobe did better than anyone. So I appreciated him, and I wanted to bring him up. And all right, and last one here. Now we are looking to the 21-22 school year. We've been working to provide stakeholders with a better understanding of what to anticipate for the upcoming school year. We anticipate a full 5-day-a-week opening for 2021-22 school year at all 10 of our sites on August 10th. We are really, as most people mentioned, where social emotional learning will be emphasized. We know that's what our students need, but also our staff. We're looking at having staff togetherness where we go, maybe we have volleyball once a month and we have our projects every other week so we can get everyone together. We're trying to gear up our licensed social workers, but once again, being a small, sparse SELPA in the middle of Ridgecrest, it's not easy to get staff. So that's our biggest problem right now is staffing for next year. Our board is incredible and supportive and supports all these ideas. It's finding the people to, and being on a naval base, anyone who's worked on a military base, you know it's a pretty migratory staff where after they get their 2 years, the pilots move on. We get a lot of spouses of pilots. So those are the challenges we face, but I feel we had an amazing year. I'm looking forward to the future. And I do want to just give a shout out to Aaron and the staff at our state SELPA, who for me made not only being a special ed director for the first time a SELPA director possible, because it did not seem possible a lot of the times, and our monthly meetings really helped out. So I hope you guys got a little bit of what it's like to be out in the desert and kind of isolated out here and still serve our students and serve our community to the greatest extent possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank each of our presenters for raising your hand and saying, yes, I'd be happy to share today, because there's a lot of outstanding heroic work going on out there over the pandemic from, our students and parents' heroism, but also the school staff and what they've put together. So thank you so much. I think might be a little time for questions. I mean, we might be over time. I don't know. David, you're the chair. You tell us.
So we certainly want to make some opportunities for commissioners to ask questions or react to the presentation. And so I would ask commissioners, if you'd like to ask a question or make a comment, if you, again, raise your hand digitally. And so while commissioners are lining up in the queue, I wanted to just call out for everyone's attention the areas in the state that are being represented. And Paul touched on this from Sierra Sands, which is nowhere near the beach whatsoever. He talked about the earthquake that they experienced in 2019. I would highlight the series of natural disasters that have taken place in Butte County over the last 5 years. Additionally, the multiple natural disasters in Napa County related to fires and earthquakes and other issues, as well as natural disasters and unique situations that have occurred in Orange County. And the reason I wanted to highlight those pieces in connection with the reopening, I know these leaders have shared throughout the state the importance of the long-term recovery that it is going to require in our communities when we have natural disasters on top that they were already dealing with prior to the pandemic. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the work of you and your teams in supporting your communities long before the pandemic, as well as the efforts to maintain engagement with students throughout the pandemic. And so I would ask the first question, are there lessons that you have learned over the past year around what's possible with engaging students or connecting that you will maintain going forward?
I'll go ahead. Absolutely. I mean, one of the things that is this concept of pivoting, being ready to go. We don't know what it is, but we're all on the team together, and we're going to do this as a team. So, yeah, that's long term, and hopefully that's something that we got.
I know I'm not a panelist, but I would like to say something too. But here in Butte County, we had one non-public school, if you can imagine, and it closed. And so we opened it as a self-operated school. And the team there just pivoted with perfection to this new virtual connection with students into, in and out of in-person instruction and using different formats for connecting. And they just produced classroom systems that I don't think they really ever imagined for themselves. And it was just a really beautiful thing to watch how they connected and engaged with students over the course of this time period. And I think they're coming out of it and back to in-person closer than they ever thought they would. So it's been really nice to watch.
In relation to what Aaron just mentioned, as well as what David said about we were already in recovery from multiple tragedies and traumas. And I think the one learning that I would say we came out with is how to formulate effective accountability systems when so much is going on. We have to remain accountability to our students' learning. We have to remain accountable to all of their social, emotional needs. And those take completely new systems and ways of working from how we worked in the past. All of the great instructional practices that through the years, from complex instruction to cooperative learning to universal design for learning, these structures now have to change. We can't have kids together learning in these ways. And so accountability systems have changed. And now having effective accountability systems is a whole new dimension that we have to embrace. And thanks, everybody.
Yeah, I would agree with Jenny. This is Sue. I think in addition to accountability, which is critical, Jenny highlighted an excellent point. It's also the feedback loop with our supports that have evolved during the pandemic, whether it's instructional, curricular, extra support, but also the wellness supports. We're constantly in that feedback loop. Is it working? Is it not working? And what do we need to tweak in order to refine our practices so that refinement lens is becoming standard operation?
Vice Chair Hayes-Wyatt, are there any commissioner comments or questions?
I see none at this time.
I would ask our panelists to hold just a moment, and if Michelle, if you would.
Chair Thompson, one hand has come up. Commissioner Oyakawa.
Okay. So as we transition to Commissioner Oyakawa, and I also see Commissioner Estes in the queue. I'd ask members of the public who would wish to comment on this item, if you would begin dialing into the queue as well. Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for sharing. It was something that we were really looking forward to coming to this meeting to hear how you were able to get things done and to set an example and share your stories with the other self-pos LEAs and districts around the state. a lot of us are thinking post-pandemic, but we really still are in the pandemic. So it's really good to hear how you were able to kind of pivot back and forth as needed or be ready for that. And I especially appreciated hearing both the focus on the social emotional supports that you implemented from the beginning and will be doing ongoing. And I think as David referenced, it sounds like because of the traumas that you as a community have already had to deal with, perhaps you are better positioned than others to support families and students and staff in that way. And perhaps that is something that is good to share out as well with the other districts. I was also really glad to hear the discussion about working with the unions. I think that's something that's often forgotten, that the teachers and the staff that are there are also, dealing with their own traumas and fears, and with whether, you guys reopened before vaccines were available. And so to feel that you were able to work together and include them, I think is so important. And it was encouraging to hear that was possible. And that's probably a big part of the success of the buy-in from every level. I did have one question, and maybe it might not be as relevant to this group because you all seem to have reopened much earlier than my daughter's district and others around the state. But I wondered how any kind of compensatory services that might be due to many of the students with IEPs, how that's been addressed. I know that assessments, it sounds like we're able to get caught up on, which we're behind. I remember when the pandemic first started. But I wonder, I know a lot of parents that I talked to are still trying to figure out what is missing, what was missing from the year, and how to make up for it. Is this something that in general, parents are the ones that have been pushing for that, or are the districts and SELPAs and LEAs proactively, I guess this is part of the accountability question too, right? How I just like to know more about how you're all listening. But thank you again.
I can just briefly speak to the fact that I think what has happened because of our experiences is the strengthening of the alternative dispute resolution process. It's been a major reworking of our operational structures in collaborating proactively with families, and I think that has brought, at least in our SELPA, a level of support and strength and trust has been established with families. That ADR process is critical in that bridge between where the family sees where they're coming from, where the district believes, and then just coming together for one common cause.
Thank you. Commissioner Estes.
Hi. Thanks so much for presenting. It's just so incredible to hear from all of you, knowing what you have all been through and are navigating. I so appreciate the time because you're still navigating it, and we're all very much enmeshed in some complex work still, as people have mentioned. But I was coming back actually to that relational work that's so critical, and wanted to ask, maybe what are those most effective feedback processes that you have? And it's interesting that you mentioned ADR, because I think it's incredibly critical to look at ADR in a tiered framework as well, and to look at that tier one process of that outreach and feedback between us and those we serve and those who serve them. So I was just wondering if you all have structures in place for that really effective feedback loop, and maybe the number one or two of them that you found impactful.
I think in response to that, Elizabeth, that our the community of practices that we, whenever there's a challenge, whenever there's a problem, and there's a whole recipe that always starts with what are the issues, what are the concerns, and as we work through that in teams, there's also interaction between all the community of practices, so that we report to each other. But that's a really good feedback loop, but it's a real live one because we start with what people bring to us, and sort of work on this recursive process through it together.
Yeah, I agree. I think what I have found is it's ongoing work, and we have like a quality control process that we're constantly running through and shifting and pivoting, and I think we've gained a lot in the past year in our capacity to do that, which I think has helped all of our relationships. And I think that's actually when people say, from very challenging circumstances can come triumph and strategies and supports that are even stronger than we were before. And I think that is probably one of them. So, yeah, thanks, Ginny.
So as we wait for public comments to queue up, I just want to again extend our thank you on behalf of the commissioners for sharing the information today, showing us what's possible, and even in some of the worst circumstances, in that the community of practice, the focus on others, and the complete commitment to moving beyond our current state while still celebrating. We just thank you for that message today and your continued work throughout the state. Michelle, are there any public comments?
We have no public comments at this time.
Okay. Seeing that there are no public comments, I again will thank the presenters for their time and transition us to item 5, a discussion regarding the Grazer Outstanding Achievement in Learning, or the Goal Award conversation that we begun at our last meeting. And so I want to be clear that this is not the presentation of the Goal Award. We have some administration that we need to discuss in terms of commissioners to determine the Goal Award amount that we'll be presenting to the organization at our August round of meetings. And so at our last meeting, we discussed that the past few years, we had been providing a small stipend or an award for the winners of the Goal Award to travel to Sacramento and make a presentation and spend some time with the agency that we selected. Was able to, with the help of CDE staff, pull out some history related to the Goal Award, dating back to its inception, and based on the information we've learned, to have some recommendations for us to consider moving forward based on the history of the Goal Award. The Goal Award was established a number of years ago, at least 10 years ago, by a very generous donation from the Grazer family that was intended for us to be able to acknowledge best practices and programs that were worthy of scaling throughout our state. I believe the initial award amount was somewhere in the neighborhood of $150,000. And the annual award for each goal recipient was $10,000. Over time, as we became, as the amount was being utilized and expended, the commissioners, I want to say 3 to 4 years ago, made the decision to reduce the award amount so that we could extend the life of the Goal Award. And that reduction was around the $1,500 to $2,000 range. And so the worthy, great management of resources. And what we've also learned are there are a number of administrative connections in managing the Goal Award that need to be updated. Some of the behind the scenes components in terms of the administration of this award, I will spare you all of the details of what that looks like. But needless to say, there are some areas that we would like to, in consultation with the team from the department, look at going forward. And so based on the conversations that we've had, I would share the recommendation that we consider Goal going back to the original award amounts and the spirit and intent of the goal award to provide resources to the recipient or the charter school or district or county office who's receiving the award, to provide them resources to scale the award. Recognizing the importance of highlighting the work that's being done. We had a brief conversation at the last meeting around potentially moving the award to a local award so that all of the members of the program or school district might be able to receive that honor at a local function, whether it be a board meeting or convening, so that we're able to highlight the entire community. And lastly, knowing that the amount that was initially donated is ending its life cycle, I believe this presents an opportunity for us if we decide to resume the award amounts of $10,000 per recipient. I would recommend over the next 2 years that the Commission can continue to look at the goal award and identify potential opportunities for us to continue to highlight best practices. In scenario A, if there are no additional donations or philanthropic contributions to support this award, and at the same time we identify potential funders or philanthropic folks who have money that they would like to donate to worthy causes such as this in the future. And so I want to pause and ask anyone who was part of those conversations if there are any important details that I may have not emphasized sufficiently, please let me know, or follow up in the conversation. And I see Commissioner Wenlock has his hand raised, and so I'd ask other commissioners wishing to make comment to please begin raising your hands as well. Dr. Wenlock.
I wanted to understand what is the balance that we have in the right now, and with the understanding that if we were going on to move it to the 10,000, that we could project how many years we would have this being going. So I wanted to kind of hear that.
Thank you, Dr. Wenlock, or Commissioner Wenlock. The balance currently is approximately $20,000. If we move back to the initial award amounts, we would have approximately 2 years this year, as well as next year's award, to develop another plan or find a friend with who's willing to contribute to support the goal award. So while I say 2 years, chronologically we have around 13 to 14 months before all the dollars would be exhausted with this year's award and next year's potential award at the $10,000 amount.
I would just like to say that one of the things that I feel is that what the award has done has been able for us to highlight such good practices that are happening across the state. My thought that during this time, because we are pivoting to new practices and involvement because of what's there, for us to be able to recognize those, say for if we did an agreement for $2,000, we'd have 10 years of really to highlight the best practices that are happening as we transition. But that's just one thought in my mind, because I do think as much as the Grazer award was set up to help them actually implement the program, it was more set up, in my opinion, in the last few years, it was for us to highlight their best practice and being able to share those best practices up and down the state so that people would be able to see, this might be one I could do in my district, or this is one. So I just would throw that out.
Thank you. Well, and I would appreciate the comments, and I would and add, if we separate the two issues, one, wanting to highlight and promote best practices, which we obviously have the platform to continue to do so. And then the second conversation around the funds, because the $2,000 as they have been used for a trip to Sacramento for an in-person presentation, The piece that we learned in kind of reviewing the history was the intent was to scale the program. And so while the Grazer family is not directly involved in terms of the administration of the Gold Award anymore, making sure that we still honor their initial commitment for these resources that they go to scaling the programs. Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you for clarifying. That was good information to have. And I agree with Stephen and Commissioner Winlock as far as wanting to stretch it out a little bit more, which was what our discussions were earlier. And I think it's important, as you said, Chair Toston, to do both, to highlight them and present them to these programs to the state, but also to give them a little bit of money to get it going even more. And really, the incentive for a lot of these programs to apply, it makes it stronger if you have a little bit more of an award to potentially win. And so I think, perhaps, it's a lot of effort to put in the application. So I think to make it worth their while, maybe we would not be able to see some programs that otherwise might have to use their time applying for grants and whatnot elsewhere, besides honoring the initial intent. I'm wondering if we could consider something halfway, like $5,000 instead of $10,000. And I like having the programs be able to come up to Sacramento and being able to honor them in person and, give them this great trip to our beautiful area. But I wonder if perhaps, if the $10,000 included this big, this travel expenses for a large group or whatnot, perhaps with doing something virtual into their Board of Education meeting, like you said, at a local level, maybe the $10,000 wouldn't, not getting that full $10,000 wouldn't hurt as much if you're giving their acknowledgments in other ways. So those are just my thoughts.
Thank you. Commissioner Hamilton, I'm sorry.
Sydney? Do you want me to proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay. I just wanted to echo Commissioner Oyakawa's comments. I agree. In one of the members of the committee who got to review all of the wonderful submissions for the award, I saw firsthand how much effort and time must have been put into each one. And so I feel strongly as well that a larger amount is necessary because taking that time and energy to do those applications is significant. And I think that splitting the $10,000 to a $5,000 amount would be good. So I second that.
I believe Commissioner Winlock was next in the queue.
I just wanted to add the comment about I hope that we take advantage of some of the opportunities that we've gotten during this virtual, which is what I'm saying is that I hope that we use virtual in the sense about presenting the program to us, to their board, so that we're not in, I think all of the dollars need to be spent on truly the program and not on the them coming up. That's just one of my thinking. If we really are focused on making sure supporting their implementation of their program, I think we all can do it virtually. We can get their presentation, but we've seen it can happen. And I just would say this is one of the opportunities that COVID has provided for us, that we know that we can do this. And I would just say, let's really make that piece in that realm so that we are not taking away from their dollars. That's just a thought.
Commissioner Andres?
Thank you. I'll just echo Steve. Yeah, I really feel like even if we could videotape an appreciation that they shared with their district, and if also they could videotape their presentation, which historically they've provided for us, right, in person. They usually give us a deeper overview of what they're doing. if we could somehow create almost like a YouTube channel of these types of programs that people could go to and click on and read, because I mean, I'm sure everybody's loving to log into our meetings, but I would, if there was a more user-friendly place for people to log in to see what some of these amazing schools were doing. We did have a huge number of really, really strong candidates this year, so that was a little bit painful to have to choose. And then I'm just going to say, as an educator, I would prefer $10,000 just because I feel like I can do a bit more with it in terms of scaling, in terms of providing maybe some stipends for my team to go the extra mile on a couple of things that will get us to the next level. 5,000 is going to go pretty quick. So I would kind of like to have maybe extra funding looked at, or grant writing of some sort. That would be a good next step, I think.
Any additional comments from commissioners? And so this will need to be an action item, so I just want to make sure everyone's voice has been heard on the front end in terms of any questions you have related to kind of the initial information. So seeing no additional comments, thank you everyone for your thoughts. I would ask that whatever number we land on, knowing that the balance is $20,000, that we make it a round number, just for the ease of administration of our teammates who behind the scenes are administrating this process. So let's avoid, $6,346 award amounts, just so that it's easier for us to track these dollars and make sure that we can honor this commitment through the balance of this funding. And so to summarize, we recognize that in future commission meetings and in the goal committee, we want to maybe look at how we invite the presentations, and Michelle's comments also highlight seeing the videos and seeing the work that they do so that we can continue to share that work and promote it. I might suggest it's easier to share a video than to ask folks to read through a grant application as we're trying to promote these best practices. And so ready for recommendation regarding the goal funding amount. And so see Commissioner Winlock has his hand raised. Is this to make a motion?
It is. I would like to make a motion that we move the grant award to $5,000. I just really believe that it will give us 4 years of really still, and if we can increase that through our our grants and all that kind of stuff, then it's up to possible change in sometime within that year. But it will give us 4 years of actually having this program still keep alive, with the idea of looking at maybe supporting it every year. Maybe we do need to make a decision about the amount of the grant. But I would propose right now that we look at $5,000 as a motion that we would be awarding to the grant.
Thank you, Commissioner Winlock. Is there a second for that motion?
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Oyakawa. So the motion has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no hands being raised. Michelle, will you please take us through the roll call for action on this motion? Michelle Bino?
Commissioner.
Or Aaron?
Commissioner Gill?
Can you hear us, Chair Toston?
Yes, I can.
Commissioner
so, commissioners.
Oh, sorry about that. All right. Commissioner Gill?
And we'll just remind commissioners they can give a vote of aye, nay, or abstain. Commissioner Gill, your vote, please.
It appears Commissioner Gill may have stepped away from the call momentarily.
Commissioner Andrus?
Aye.
Commissioner Estes?
Aye.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Mills? Commissioner Notch?
Aye.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Aye.
Commissioner Salomonson? Commissioner Topelian?
Aye.
Commissioner Winlock?
Aye.
Commissioner Adler?
Aye.
Chair Tostin?
Aye.
And Vice Chair Hayes White.
Aye.
The motion passes. Thank you. And I think I may have made another faux pas. Are there any calling for public comments related to the action of the Advisory Commission? If you could present the slide for the public to weigh in.
We have no public comment.
Okay, thank you. So this closes this item. And so looking at our agenda, we have answered the question about our break that began at 2:15. Thank you all for donating your break to ensure the smooth process of the commission, or the entirety of your break. It is, oh no, we're early still. I'm learning to tell time. This is great news for all of us. And so seeing that we're a little bit ahead, I was going to make the suggestion, looking at the remaining items, there is one item that is fixed in time, the recognition of past Commissioner Sara Jocham. We want to make sure we begin that at 2:30, as there may be other folks calling in for that conversation. I might suggest that we continue our conversation. If Director Calamise is prepared to go, we might go into that item and just continue through our agenda for the rest of the afternoon, unless there are any objections. Okay. Thank you, Director Calamise, for your flexibility and willingness to jump in.
Of course. Thank you, Chair Tostin. And good afternoon, Vice Chair and Commissioners. And, you know, I want to take some time to first offer a brief update, but also, I think, spend some time reflecting on this past year. We have made it to our last ACSE meeting of fiscal year 2020-2021. And, you know, we all have really, you know, the reality is that we're almost literally and figuratively on the other side of something huge, right? And that something, being the pandemic, has, you know, most certainly impacted our personal lives, our professional lives, and really altered them in some ways forever, right? And so, you know, we went through it together as a commission. We went through it together as a special education community. And, you know, it's really remarkable, and it's pretty safe to say that, you know, all of us, every single one of us has been stretched outside of our comfort zone, right? And so, you know, really, you know, thinking about the ways in which we have all learned and grown over this past year, I think is something that really shouldn't be lost on us as both, you know, in our personal and professional lives. You know, the pace of this year was more sprint than marathon, more gray than black and white, and you know, more connective, but still isolating at the same time, right? And so no wonder we're tired. But you know, jokes aside, you know, I think that we have a lot to reflect on and celebrate as a commission and as a community. We have things to grieve, but we really have strengthened our relationships and bonds for the benefit of the roughly 800,000 students with disabilities across the state of California. Thank you to the chair and vice chair and commissioners for your focus, for your passion, for your energy throughout the year. And thank you to the community for joining us on this journey. And we still have more questions and answers on what this school year will bring. But I'm confident, though, in our collective leadership, with our wisdom and our intuition and our experience, that we will continue to do right by our children and by our families, no matter what. And for a general update, the fall will certainly keep our division extremely busy, right? We will be reviewing the recommendations from the various work group studies. We will be gearing up for new projects that the budget may bring, and we'll be supporting our LEAs across the state for what surely, as stated before, will be an exciting fall. You just heard from our leaders in the field today on the various ways our community is meeting the needs of our students throughout the pandemic. And I'm especially encouraged by the efforts, by the continuing efforts and momentum that our LEAs across the state have sustained and will move into the fall with just as much energy and just as much passion and enthusiasm as you've heard today. So great to hear the stories and, come along on the journey as well. I want to give a quick shout out to our self-improvement leads as they have launched a series called Effective IEP Facilitation. That series, which was launched this summer, saw its first session, and that registration for the first session was filled to capacity within hours. And so, to respond to the demand, there are additional 6 sessions to meet the needs of our educators in the field. And I think, really talking about that sort of alternative dispute resolution process, and certainly IEP facilitation is, one method or mechanism within that sort of continuum, and certainly, encouraged by the demand, if you will, from our field, and really looking at ways in which, conflicts and potential resolution can be solved at the table, which certainly strengthens relationships, ensures understanding, and ensures that the conversation remains laser focused on the student. So again, those workshops are scheduled throughout the summer, and looking forward to really seeing how that plays out in action across our state as well. Again, a huge thank you to our Innovative Solutions Work Group. If you recall back very early on, when the pandemic just was sort of getting underway, we, CDE, brought together, I believe it was over 130 educators and parents and leaders in the field to really brainstorm ways in which we can, could support the needs of students with disabilities throughout the state during the pandemic. Well, we brought them back together over the past couple of months. To really discuss ways in which the CDE can continue to partner with the field to support the social emotional needs, look at progress monitoring, and also developing high quality IEPs. So again, just, amazed at the work, energy, enthusiasm, even at this point of the year, in ensuring that, CDE has a through line, and that we're listening, and that we're responsive to the needs, but also, I think, once again, learning about those needs as well. And again, you heard a little bit about some of our studies today, but again, just a huge thank you to our 5, count them, 5 work groups that are all focused on improving systems in our outcomes for students with disabilities. And so it certainly will be a very busy fall for us here, in the special education division and across the department at CDE, as we look to determine and review the recommendations and, really look at, implications for policy and practice for years to come. And finally, we have an early start webinar series that will focus on this summer, looking at our early start system, evidence-based practices, the individualized family services plan process, along with coaching as well. And attendees to that webinar series will also learn how to best address the sensory, communication, cognitive, and adaptive development of our young learners as well. So again, opportunities remain throughout the summer in partnership with CDE to ensure that our field is equipped and ready to go. And finally, this year has also brought an increased focus on our preschool through third grade alignment. So stay tuned for how CDE is committed to using equity, inclusion, and quality standards that support the learning experiences as guiding principles for data-driven decision-making about key P3 practices to really meaningfully impact systems and programs and schools and policies across the state for all students. So, our special education division, along with our early learning and care and multilingual support division, is certainly happy to come to the table. And hopefully in the coming months, you'll learn more about this initiative across the state with a future presentation as well. So again, that's my brief update. Thank you again, and we will see you soon.
And so, commissioners, any questions or comments, I'd ask for you to raise your hand, and then we will allow for some public comment if there is any. And so while the queue is developing, Director Calamese, I just want to reflect back the appreciation for your leadership in a very unique year. Also that your transition during a very unique time. And so just on behalf of all of us, we appreciate your flexibility and willingness and commitment to be on as many Zooms as possible, no matter the time zone that you're in. We look forward to working with you in person and being able to shake hands or fist bump, whatever the new protocol is, to in person welcome you into your leadership role in our state as you continue on and our work with you as a commission. So thank you, and we look forward to working with you going into next year.
Great. Thank you.
So, not seeing any comments from commissioners, we will pause for public comments.
We have none at this time.
So, seeing that there are no public comments, I will close item 5 and transition us directly into item 6, the recognition of past Commissioner Sara Jocham, who I believe is on the line with us or on the Zoom. Here she is. Well, good afternoon, Sara. We've certainly had a time in trying to make this opportunity happen, but given your long years of service and commitment to the Commission, and not only the Commission, but the entire state, we didn't want to let a moment pass without recognizing a leader of your stature. And so just a few details. Sara previously served as a commissioner and served on a number of committees, provided input on mental health committee, as well as all matters related to special ed funding, because at the same time that Sara served as a commissioner, she also served as the chair for the State Self-Association Finance Committee, and so served as a resource for the State Association as well as the Commission on all of the details that she was tracking related to finance and special education. Additionally, Sara is one of the longest tenured SELPA directors in the state and has a wealth of experience that she has freely shared with us as commissioners, but also new directors as they transitioned into leading special education local plan areas. And so I just wanted to begin this conversation by sharing a few details about Sara and some of her work during her time as a commissioner. And Sara, if I could ask you, as you reflect back in terms of a lot of things that happened during the time that you were a commissioner, is there a moment that you'd like to share that really kind of demonstrates the impact commissioners can have, or our role as commissioners?
Well, thank you. Good to see you, everyone. I miss being in person and being in the room, and I think in terms of the impact, it is not only what happens in the meeting, but it's what happens during the breaks, right? And when you're going from, sitting at the dais to meeting with people out in the audience and talking and having those conversations. And I'm really proud of the work that we did over 8 years. Sometimes it feels like you're slogging through mud and you take 2 steps forward and 1 back. But I think we really developed some great relationships with legislators during the time I was there. When we came up with the rubric for them, kind of questions for them to look at when they're developing legislation to consider students with disabilities in their legislation and how different things impact students with disabilities throughout the state. So, I worked with 3 state directors of education, and starting with Fred Balcom and then Christian Wright, obviously, and now Heather. So, it was just a really great opportunity. I'm really thankful to the state board for, appointing me to the position and allowing me to have 8 years to do that work. So there's just been a lot of really good conversations about equity and inclusion for students, and I'm excited to have you all kind of take that mantle on and keep moving us forward.
Thank you, Sarah. And so commissioners who would like to make comments to share with Sarah, I know a number of the cohort of commissioners that you began with have already transitioned out, but I know a number of us are familiar with your work, not only as a commissioner, but as a SELPA director in Newport Mesa. I would highlight a conversation that we had right before the pandemic, where we were providing input around the threshold for a least restrictive environment in our state that's currently set at 50% for the federal indicators. And I will never forget the moment where we were discussing increasing that amount from 50% to maybe 60%. And we, a number of us who are administrators started talking through, okay, well, that's going to be a shock to the system. And Sarah very clearly stating, well, that's what the system needs. And it opened up a conversation around where we want to be long term in terms of 100% inclusion or as much as possible, and led us to set the threshold much higher. I believe it's 75% in terms of being the target when we reset our indicators. So I just wanted to share that as one of my memories of Sarah in her time as a commissioner in terms of the strength of voice, being willing to lead boldly, and being comfortable with having some level of disagreement without being disagreeable. And so, Sarah, thank you so much for that contribution and leadership that will outlive our terms as commissioners, but certainly have a positive impact across our state. Vice Chair Hayes White, are there any commissioners in the queue?
There are a lot, but I would like to go next, if I may. Sarah, I remember we sitting diagonally across the dais from each other, and I always enjoyed your Fred Astaire analogy. Can you please refresh our memories of how that goes?
Well, thank you. So, it's the analogy of general education is Fred Astaire, right? They choreograph the dance. They take the lead, they show us how it's done, and special education is Ginger Rogers, and they do the dance in heels and backwards, and they make it look effortless, and that's really, and it takes both to make the dance work, and that's kind of how I I'm always proud of the work that special educators do, and I think that it is often take general ed and make it work for you. So I love the analogy. I don't think I made it up, but I'm not sure where I heard it from, but I'll claim it. So
thank you so much for sharing that with us. Who's next? Commissioner Talapi.
Sarah, I just want to say thank you, and I echo what David mentioned, that you're like a mentor. You've been there. You were sitting as I started moving closer to the chair. You would always, I would ask you questions, and you would respond because just your expertise and your passion. And I agree with David in saying that you're okay with disagreeing, with others and sharing your views and giving, and somehow that just gave me the right to like do it in that way, that it was okay and it was a safe place to do it because it would be accepted. So I do appreciate that. Thank you. You've been, I mean, you know, when I got there, you're one of the quote unquote oldest members. So I appreciate your, like in the sense that, you know, being on the commission for a longer time, but I do appreciate it, your guidance and your mentorship. So thank you.
Commissioner Andres.
Hey, Sarah, you're just like the super smartest person. I'm just going to say it like it is. And your expertise and experience is just really invaluable because it's a unique level of understanding that you have kind of in the middle, right? Where you can see the structures above and the structures below because in how we administer education. And I just really, really appreciate that about you. And I know we have some other things we need to discuss, among them Europe. I'm not forgetting. Okay, we're good to go there. All right, thanks.
Board Member Strauss.
Sarah, I just have to thank you so much for your service on behalf of the state board. I was actually head of the screening committee when we appointed you, and you were like an amazing volunteer willing to serve on ACSE, and I just have to thank you. The board so appreciates your voice and your contribution and all that you do every day in the field for kids. And so we hope you'll continue to share your voice with us, and just on behalf of the state board, thank you so much for your 8 years of service.
Commissioner Winlock.
Sarah, I want to say that we've been on almost the same amount of time. This is 8 years. And one of the things that I really, really appreciate about you is as a commissioner, you were also involved in the work. And I always, you know, in special ed, being involved in it, and I just always appreciated your expertise and your knowledge and that your involvement in what was there. It was so comforting at time that we had you that was involved in the work of what special education needed to have. And you guided us so much in a lot of that. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for your contribution.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Sarah, I'm one of the relatively newer members on this commission, and as a parent and not someone who works in the field, I have learned a lot in this past year and a half, and oftentimes I found that I learned even more from the presentation, your comments or your questions afterwards. So thank you for all your insights and your really thoughtful contributions to conversations, and in a way that a layperson like myself could actually digest, understand, and kind of get the light bulb going on. You're really provocative, often questions really made us all think and about how things should be, what can be done. Just learned a lot. So thank you for your service.
Seeing no additional commissioner comments. I'm sorry, Vice Chair Hayes White. Further additional comments?
No further comments.
So you see the slide for public comment is being displayed, and so we'd ask members of the public to begin lining up in the queue if they would like to make comments related to this item. And so while we're waiting for that, I'll share one more detail about Sarah. She's an amazing singer-songwriter. Most of her content focused on special ed funding. I don't know if you have released a new album. Do we still release albums or new MP?
I'm working on a COVID pandemic and the impact on the pandemic album right now. So it definitely kept my children and my family entertained during the quarantine, making up songs to go with it. But thank you for that.
You're welcome. Michelle, are there any public comments?
We have no public comments.
Okay. So, Sara, for one last time, on behalf of the commissioners, and I guess I can say the state of California, thank you for your service. We so appreciate everything that you have done on behalf of students and continue to do.
Well, thank you all, and thank you all for your continued volunteer work. It's a small but mighty group, and I think that sometimes you don't feel what that impact is, but it could be just somebody tuning in and listening. It could be a parent who says, "I don't even know what all this is about." It's a great group, and I wish you continued success. I continue to be a parent in the public school system with a daughter with special needs. So, I will continue to, kind of the work that you're doing and, through my own work as well, look at how we're continuing to move forward for all of our kids within the state, but especially with our focus on kids with special needs. So thank you so much for your gracious words and your time this afternoon. I know you all have a busy agenda, and I will let you get back to it. And Michelle, I'll reach out about my Europe trip and your planning. So those are the offline conversations that you have and build relationships with one another. So I hope you get back in person soon so that you're able to continue developing those relationships as well. So thank you, David, for your leadership, and Havanya, your leadership as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Sara. Take care. So thank you, everyone, for your participation in that conversation. So moving on to item 7, the election of our ACSE officers going into the 21-22 school year. I will turn it over to our election committee, I believe Commissioner Winlock, and I'm drawing a blank right now. Commissioner Winlock. Oh, Commissioner Topala.
No,
I'm sorry.
it's Steve, but Winlock is going to go ahead and proceed.
Well, first of all, you all have received. It's time to turn in your ballots, correct, Janine?
So we will have to do the first one.
Thank you.
I like this, but it's okay. At least I look more organized today, so that's okay. That's for once in my life. So the first thing is we're going to vote for the nominees for the chair position. Yeah. And we have the nomination of Havanya White, Hayes White, and roll call will be called by Michelle. Yeah. So I could document it.
I believe our teammates at CDE, I believe, will keep the tally. And so for new commissioners, our process, even if we are in person, we vocally respond with our vote for each nomination and go through that in the public meeting. And so I want to, before we get into the process, thank Commissioner Topalian and Commissioner Winlock for their leadership. And I think the three of us just demonstrated we observed Bagley Keene. There were no practice runs. We're doing this 100% live. So.
Yeah. Correct.
Just a comment. I think it's Havanya White, or they end up saying, I wish to decline my vote. So it's a public vote. So when your name is called, you have two choices.
So, Michelle Beno, we will turn it over to you to facilitate the election process for the chair.
Thank you, Chair Tostin. Thank you, Commissioner Topalian and Commissioner Winlock. I will go down the list, and as I call your name, if you would please state the name of your vote for chair, or if you have no vote, abstain. Commissioner Adler?
Michelle, I'm sorry, before we start, one last comment. Commissioners who are nominated, you can still vote for yourself. There's no faux pas in doing so. We all have a vote. And so,
is there a list, or did we just hear that list? I don't see a visual anywhere.
There.
Well, it was so. The list is just two names. So the first name is Havanya Hayes White. That's your first choice. And then your second choice is I wish to decline my vote.
Oh, okay. So I didn't know if there was, when he said multiple commissioners could vote, and I got nervous that I didn't know what was happening.
No.
Yes. And this is for just chair.
Chair.
Okay.
I got it.
All right, let's get started. Commissioner Adler.
Lavanya Hayes White.
Commissioner Gill. Commissioner Andrus.
Havanya Hayes White.
Commissioner Estes. Commissioner Hamilton.
Commissioner Hayes White.
Vice Chair Hayes White.
Havanya Hayes White.
Commissioner Lopez.
Commissioner Hayes White.
Commissioner Notch.
Lavanya Hayes White.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Havanya Hayes White.
Commissioner Ruiz.
Lavanya Hayes White.
Commissioner Salamanson. Commissioner Topalian.
Vanya Hayes White.
Chair Tostin.
Havanya Hayes White.
And Commissioner Winlock.
Havanya Hayes White.
And that is the roll call for our chair.
And
So before we, I'm sorry.
No. I mean, go ahead, David.
So before we transition into the election of the vice chair, just want to pause and congratulate Commissioner Dr. Hayes White on assuming the role of chair at the conclusion of this meeting. Having had the opportunity to work side by side and to follow your leadership this past year, I'm delighted that you will be able to continue on in serving the commission in greater capacity, and look forward to learning more about your vision and leadership for us in the conversations that you will lead us through. And so before we go on to the next election, I just want to pause and provide an opportunity for incoming chair, Dr. Hayes White, to have an opportunity to make a few brief comments, and we'll extend the same courtesy to our at the end of the vice chair election.
Thank you, everyone. I would like to say just a couple of words. I am humbled and honored to be elected by my peers to serve as the chair of this prestigious commission. And I hope to be able to fill the shoes of all the talented chairpersons before me, Kristen, Gina, Summer, and of course you, David. My first 15 years in education began in a classroom. I served as a special day class teacher in the San Fernando Valley. I had the privilege of serving in special schools, teaching all grade levels, including preschool and high school students with moderate to severe disabilities. During this time, I met my mentor and dear friend, Norma Sanders, who has now passed on. Norma was a special ed coordinator and a person with physical disabilities who needed a wheelchair to navigate her environment. She was a thought leader who facilitated all the IEP meetings at our school. Norma modeled how to serve others. She showed me how to be an active listener and build genuine partnerships with students and their families. Norma emphasized genuine collaboration cultivates successful life transitions for our kids, she would say. Now, as an induction mentor and adjunct professor for 10 years, my personal charge is to empower teachers with best practices, tools, and strategies to pass on and empower students and their families who have traditionally been marginalized based on disability, race, color, socioeconomic status, language, sexuality, gender identity, etc. I envision a commission where our student commissioners have not just a seat at the table, but a voice that carries an equal vote. I invite my fellow commissioners to please join me on this journey to make this vision a reality. It is an honor to be elected to serve as a chair of this fine commission. Remembering my mentor, Norma Sanders, I so look forward to collaborating and building genuine partnerships that cultivate successful life transitions for all students across California. Thank you.
Thank you, incoming Chair Hayes White. And so, Michelle, I will turn it over to you to facilitate the election process for Vice Chair. Our nominee is Commissioner Stacey Adler. I'm sorry, Stacey.
Thank you, Chair Tostin. Commissioner Adler?
This is so nerve-wracking. I just have to put that out there. Stacey Adler.
Commissioner Andrus?
Stacey.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Commissioner Adler.
Vice Chair or Chair Hayes White?
Stacey Adler.
Commissioner Lopez?
Commissioner Adler.
Commissioner Notch?
Stacey Adler.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
Stacey Adler.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Stacey Adler.
Commissioner Topalian?
Commissioner Adler.
Chair Tostin?
Commissioner Adler.
And Commissioner Winlock.
Stacey Adler, please.
Thank you. And that is the roll call. I'll go ahead and pass it back to Commissioner Topalian and Commissioner Winlock.
So I want to thank everyone for contributing to the process and want to just acknowledge Stacey's willingness to jump in with both feet as a new commissioner and all of the conversations. And as you get to know Stacey, you will get to know a lifelong educator who is currently serving as the county superintendent for Mono County. And through conversations that Stacey and I have had, the student population in Mono County is not what typically folks think of when we think of Mono County and Mammoth Lake. And so knowing that Stacey also has a vision for equity for students and with disabilities and their needs, and recognizing the complex identities that they bring to us as they enroll in our school district, especially in small counties and rural areas. And so, Stacey, it is our distinct pleasure to welcome you into the vice chair role, and we would love to hear a few comments from you.
Well, thank you, David, and thanks to all of you for putting your trust and faith in me. I know I'm a new member, but I'm just hoping to be of service to this group and to continue to be a voice for kids with special needs. I'm a parent of a child with special needs, and in 30 years as an educator, I think I've nearly seen it all, and it's an honor to be part of this group. It is a great honor to have your trust to serve as your vice chair, and I will do whatever I can to help this group continue the successful course it's served. So thank you.
Thank you, incoming Vice Chair Adler. And so as we wrap up this agenda item, before we solicit any public comment related to this, I would share as the chair, I would share as the outgoing chair. One of the lessons that I've learned is that the roles that you two will be stepping into are very important roles and very influential roles in determining the agenda for this group. And the efforts that are required behind the scenes, I would describe as needing superwoman strength, and I want to be clear, superwoman strength to be able to lead in this capacity. And so are honored that having two diverse leaders like you stepping into these roles. And we all, I'll speak on behalf of all of the commissioners, look forward to following your leadership and contributing to the important conversations that need to be happening over the coming years. So we look forward to that. Michelle, are there any public comments?
We have no public comments.
With that, we will close this agenda item, and I will thank the Commissioner Wenlock, Commissioner Topolin for your leadership around the elections process and willingness to contribute to ensure that the Commission continues to operate smoothly. And so moving into the last two agenda items. Item 10, future agenda items for ACSE. Our next meeting will be August, I believe, 17th and 18th, or the week of August 17th and 18th. We'll confirm before we get offline. My notes are not in front of me. And so earlier today, I identified a few topics that I would recommend we consider at the next meeting to finish some conversations related to the Special Education Governance and Accountability Study. We heard an update from the team this morning. Those recommendations will be released in the coming months, as will the recommendations for the Special Ed Finance Study and the Alternative Pathways and IEP work group studies will be moving into their next phase and ready for our reaction and advice to our appointing bodies as we begin next school year. And so with that, I would ask commissioners who would like to make suggestions for the upcoming August agenda or potentially agendas beyond that, topics that may be of interest to commissioners or the general public and our appointing bodies. And so if you would raise your hand, we will facilitate the queue.
Austin, I see one hand, Commissioner Oyakawa.
Hi, Commissioner Tostin, sorry, my sound was cutting out, so I'm not sure if you actually covered this, but one area I was hoping to hear more from, if there are any updates on legislation, if we can hear from that group again to hear what the status is on the various bills that are pending and might be coming up. Thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton, did I see a physical hand for a moment?
Sorry, I was waving goodbye to a caregiver.
Okay. And so any additional suggestions for future agenda items?
You know, sorry, great. You know, as we are getting ready to open up our next year, in whatever stage it's going to be in, one of the issues that I feel that it's really happening across the state is the issue around special ed teachers, the new ones, the credentialing of them. All of those areas are going to be a huge impact to helping us successfully open. And we're finding that, you know, across our districts, the needs, those kinds of things. So it would be great to kind of get a status about where we are in those different areas about special education, as far as the credentialing of teachers. You know, are we credentialing, across the state? Is that happening as far as the number of teachers that are being prepared to go into these positions that we need? And just what are some of the needs that are within our region for our districts? Are there particular areas that our districts are finding more and more issues in finding teachers certified to support them in the work that they're doing? So somehow, you know, I know it's a broad kind of area, but it really is that focus around understanding where are we with the support of special ed teachers for our districts, for their training, those kinds of things. Would be great to hear some kind of, you know, report or status of where we are as we move into this new year.
Thank you, Commissioner Wenlock, and I would just agree with you wholeheartedly, and I would highlight, I mean, the wave of retirements that have been predicted for a number of, I'll say, decades. All of the news that I'm reading outside of education and in every industry have been accelerated. And so our need for educators and specialists and classified teammates, and has only grown as a result of the pandemic. And so that's a very important topic for us to continue to track on. So thank you for highlighting it. I see Commissioner.
So thanks. So, well, I definitely echo what Steve was suggesting, and even going beyond. What are we doing for the pipeline? What are we doing, to encourage younger people to, high school age students to look at education and special education as a career path. But additionally, and I don't know if it would be appropriate for August, Janine might be able to speak to this, but an update from the IEP work group. That might be for a later meeting in the fall, but like to see how that's going. Thank you.
Commissioner Oyakawa, is your hand up?
Yes. Sorry. I just wanted to add on to what Commissioner Winlock said. I know I am one of the parents on the working group for the Cal TPA for the education specialist performance evaluations. And so perhaps we can ask that group to come give an update. It's still very much a work in progress, but I think it would be helpful if representatives could share with our group where we are in that area, because I think that ties in very nicely to what you're asking about what we're doing with bringing in teachers, how we are training them, what the expectations are, and as well as recruitment. I think that all ties in together. Thank you.
And so I would ask, Michelle, if you would put the slide up for public comment, and we'll begin soliciting public comment related to the discussion of future agenda items. Additionally, I would ask any members of the public who would like to make general public comments, if you would begin lining up in the queue as well, as we've reached the last item on our agenda. Additionally, I just want to confirm the next meeting dates for ACSE as demonstrated on the website are August 18th and 19th. The chair and vice chair and CDE will be communicating out in terms of the number of days we're going to be holding the meeting, recognizing that it will more than likely be virtual, to provide some time for the team at the department to be able to coordinate all of the in-person meetings that will be resuming. And so that was part of the conversation we had at O&P this morning in terms of our August meeting. And so more details to come around the specific logistics of the August meeting. Michelle, are there any public comments?
You have no public comments.
Seeing as we have no public comments for agenda item 10 in terms of future agenda items, we will close item 10 and we will linger momentarily just in case there were any additional public comments related to general public comments. And while we're waiting on the queue, as I wind down my opportunity to chair the commission, I wanted to acknowledge a few of our teammates who are behind the scenes and have been for a number of years. Manisha Davies, Aaron Christensen, and Stacy Whelan, who occasionally makes an on-camera appearance, but these three teammates, as well as a number of our teammates who work at the department, experienced all of the same challenges that we did in terms of moving to home to work, trying to coordinate with teammates in different parts of the state and in different states. And so I just wanted to take a moment and highlight those three for their contributions as part of the CDE team to ensure that the ACSE meetings go off without a hitch. And while I'm acknowledging those three, I also want to recognize Michelle, who will be joining us, as Aaron will be transitioning out the role of directly supporting ACSE. But if there's one thing I can tell you about Aaron, if his assignments change, give it a moment. They may change again because Aaron finds a way to make the cycle and support special ed in any way he can, along with Misha. So thank you to the three of you for your service to students with disabilities in California. Michelle, are there any public comments?
We do have one. Caller, you may begin. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. My name is John Spratt, an incoming 10th grade student from Santa Cruz Senior High School. I am autistic and advanced difficulty of the conduct that I have prepared, so please have patience with me. As students with exceptional needs, I have appreciated being able to voice my concerns and my recommendations to the Commission. I would personally like to thank you, Mr. Chair, and the members of this Commission for the work that you have done on behalf of myself and my fellow students with exceptional needs. I would like to highlight the concerns that I have about my fellow students with exceptional needs and the return to in-person learning in the fall. Distance learning has made it a little hard for most of us. It's made it difficult for us to access our supports and services in a format that best met our needs. I would like to say the urgency that my fellow students with exceptional needs have about accessing the supports and services in their IEP and being included as full members of the IEP team. I respectfully recommend that guidance issues to SELPAs and school districts on how to ensure safe and address regression of skills as students return to campus. Thank you.
We have one more caller.
Thank you.
Next caller, you're available. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Hello, commissioners. My name is Renee Webster Hawkins. I'm a member of the Community Advisory Committee in Sacramento City Unified School District and also part of the Greater Sacramento Area Dyslexia Support Network. I wanted to just comment, our district, and this is a matter of public record, our district is currently under a compliance investigation with the Department of Education for a gross failure to provide evaluations for students with disabilities during the pandemic. And I know that this has been an issue across the state, but for the department to actually issue a letter, and with the consequence being the withholding of federal funds, I would think that our district perhaps is an outlier in how grossly behind they are on initials and triennials. My question for the commission that maybe they can address in the fall is, report statewide what the progress is, LEA by LEA, on keeping up abreast of the child find initial and triennial evaluation schedule, and then also their readiness to provide the services as a result of this backlog of evaluation that ties a little bit into the workforce comment that the commissioner just made. So I'm hoping that this advisory commission will look at these issues and be an active monitor and daylight of what's going on across the state and facilitate best practices to districts like ours that certainly need it. Thank you so much for your meeting.
Thank you for your engagement and comment.
You have no
Any
more.
additional? No more public comments. Okay, seeing there are no more public comments, we will move into the adjournment of our meeting. And so as I wrap up my chairmanship, I would just like to thank our teammates at CDE, each of you commissioners, all of our state-wide appointees and representatives. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to our work. Please be well, and we will see everyone in August.